Da-da-da.
I
figured you out and you hate it. I figured you out because I got great rhythm, and I know you're trying to half beat me off.
Rhythm.
You are trying to half beat me off.
Got no damn game.
Not be the first time you half beat off a guy that you worked with. You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
54 degrees right now. I'm going to get up into the mid-60s. It's cloudy, but it's what we need after yesterday. That got sneaky hot.
Yeah, a little bit.
We went out to the Red Wings game, had a blast yesterday, and I'm sitting there with my daughters. Kimmy was there, and all of a sudden it was like, oh, God.
Yeah. Did not put on the proper amount of sunscreen.
No, I didn't have any sunscreen at all, and I'm the pastiest guy ever.
Yes.
And my wife's a dermatologist, so if anyone comes home with a sunburn, I'm in serious trouble.
Yeah, I would think.
And you got to keep that in mind.
For what?
Well, this weekend. Well, not only is it Father's Day on Sunday, and there could be outdoor activities, you just have to do your standard outdoor stuff.
Okay.
Right? Taking care of the lawn.
Yeah.
One man, or woman, I guess, tried to get ahead of their lawn work, Wednesday.
Yeah.
And it went terribly wrong.
How could it go wrong?
Out in Rush, the fire department had to be called after a riding mower burst into flames.
God damn, when did you ever hear that?
I've never heard of that before.
Flaming mower.
So authorities say it happened just after 2 o'clock off Middle Road. Luckily, this person actually did exactly what they were supposed to do.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do when my rider catches on fire.
Okay, you're supposed to call the fire department.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's going to blow up?
They did exactly what they were supposed to do before it caught on fire because they recommend that after you're done mowing, you leave your mower outside of the garage to cool down.
Okay.
Do you do that?
No, I used to not. I used to just
put a hot mower back in the garage.
Yeah.
Or shed, yeah.
Yeah. You just drive it in there.
No.
I didn't know you were supposed to let those things cool off.
Like
I never
even like
saw
a
my
push
dad
mower?
do it growing
Same
up.
thing?
All mowers.
All mower, you got to let it cool down.
You got to let it cool down
Because I
outside.
don't cool down my car. I pull my car in.
A car is not a lawnmower.
Put that on a T-shirt.
Well, I mean, for you wouldn't think you'd have to, but for you, apparently you do. Yeah.
So what's the problem?
Hot
mower.
We don't know what caused the mower to burst into flames, but because this person left their mower outside to cool, it did not set their garage on fire.
Okay, all right.
It just burned itself in the driveway. Bro, this thing burned down to the metal.
So it had to explode, right? It hits the gas tank.
It did not say that it exploded. Did.
Damn.
But because this person did the right thing.
Burned to the chassis.
And let it cool down. It did burn the chassis, but it did not set their garage or house on fire. So way to go out there in Rush.
Yeah.
Is this, Kimmy, would it be embarrassing if your lawnmower caught on fire?
How could it not?
I mean, it would look like you did something really wrong.
Yeah.
Like if you saw that in your neighbor's yard, of mowers burst into flames, you're like, that guy doesn't know what he's doing.
The first thing I would think, he was smoking on the mower, threw the butt out, and it caught onto something in the engine, and it caught on fire.
Which, by the way, one of the worst Motley Crue songs of all time.
Which is what?
Smoking on the riding mower.
Yeah, like even if it wasn't that guy's fault, it was just a weird fluke thing, I would still think, how did that happen? What did you do?
Can we back up for a second?
Yeah.
You said you would have thought the guy was smoking on the mower.
Well, I'm trying to think of why a mower would burst into flames. I've never seen that.
But it starts with spark plugs. Why would the
No, like maybe there was like a gas leak or something on the engine. You threw the butt and it caught onto something.
And so it caught that, and then like in all crappy action movies, the fire takes the
Because I had a neighbor when I lived in Webster. He was a chain smoker.
Okay.
And when you saw him, he was a big man. You would see him on that mower, man, smoking on that mower all the time, and just flicking butts into the grass, while he was going around.
Yeah, I would do that when I was
right. So I think maybe one caught onto something.
I get it. There is, if you do have to mow the lawn, I hate mowing the lawn.
Yeah.
If you're a smoker, smoking and mowing was awesome.
This dude must have went through a half a pack, man. Just jiggling and puffing.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out. I don't think I'm judging a neighbor because I don't know what you could do
Yeah.
so wrong.
It would be so startling, yeah.
Wouldn't you? You would have to blame the mower first.
Yeah.
Well, no, because you said you would judge
I
the
wouldn't
neighbor.
because it's so weird that a mower would catch on fire.
Here's the other thing, too, about mowers.
Yeah.
Mowers run the gamut of high-end to low-end.
Oh, yeah.
There are people that have mowers that have been in their families for 50 years.
You hang on to them too long.
Exactly. Like, no two lawn mowers look the same.
So when I moved into my wife's house, she had a mower with a name I never even heard of. It sounded like it was built in Germany in the 40s. And it was 35 years old.
The mower was.
The mower was 35 years old.
And it was
the mower
still,
was older than her kids.
And it was still working and running.
Kind of.
Okay.
But it's, it was a piece of junk.
Sure.
So that thing could have burst into flames at any moment.
But that's what I mean, though. You see these people with, like, these ancient mowers, and they're going fire. So I wouldn't think. I mean, this is a riding mower. It looks fairly new, at least the charred-out chassis does. Yeah. I would not think something like this. It even looks like it has, like, a thing on the front for an attachment, like a basket or something.
Oh, okay.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this riding lawnmower that burst into flames in the middle of the afternoon on Wednesday in Rush. Luckily, whoever owns this mower did the right thing. They left it outside of their garage.
So it wasn't even running when it caught on fire.
No, it was after everything was done. It was cooling down outside. It burst into flames. They had to call the fire department.
God damn.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey. How are you, buddy?
Duffy, you got the wrong song.
What song?
Smoke in the driveway, my mower is on fire.
Pete, you're right. That's a much better
Very
song.
good.
Pete, thanks for the call. Okay, bye, Pete. I don't want him to ruin it because he did really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now we're getting guys legitimately writing us why.
So now you're going to get mower info?
Yep, like Ridge.
Yeah.
He writes us on Instagram.
That's a guy that knows his lawnmowers.
Yeah, you don't call yourself
Yeah.
Ridge. Duffy and WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He is theorizing dry grass around the muffler.
But isn't it? I mean, you would think you run into dry grass all the time.
But it hasn't been very dry out. It's been pretty wet.
Yeah, how you like that, Ridge? Who feels stupid now? Right, trying to participate in the conversation.
Oh, but it could have been like old grass still sitting on the mower. Because if you don't rinse your mower off every time, that does build up.
You rinse your mower every time?
I did when I was a mower.
Every time?
Yeah, I used to hit it with the hose. Pretty much every time. Not when I put it away, but when I pulled it out sometimes. I would rinse it off, let it fire up.
How did you not find a single hobby in your life?
No, now that he said, I think my husband does that too.
Every time?
Just
rinse off if it gets really dirty out.
No.
I mean, sometimes it doesn't get that dirty if the grass is dry, but if it's wet, it builds up on the wheels and stuff.
No, if you have a push mower, you do what everybody is supposed to do.
No, we had a little tractor, a little rider.
You leave it outside, you let it cool down, and then when it cools down, you take it and you roll it back like boom, 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 boom.
Well, you're not going to do that with a tractor.
Why? Because you're a puss? Can't lift it? Oh.
No.
Somebody's telling me I cannot go the grass off a tractor. I got a tractor. I think she makes my tractor sexy when it does it because I'm a bitch-ass bitch. That was one of the most satisfying things of mowing the lawn. I hate mowing the lawn, but I loved knocking the mower around where all the grass fell out in clumps. It was, I don't know what it was.
Something satisfying.
There was something very satisfying about watching all of the big, wet clumps of grass fall out of my lawnmower.
Wow.
That's all
I've seen some guys do some serious, post-mowing maintenance on their thing. So I had another neighbor in Webster, Armor All.
He would Armor All his mower?
So he'd do the tires and any of the rubber on it.
Why?
That thing was, shiny when he got done. It almost looked like he was going to some mower hot rod convention at Tom Wall's with Bill Gray's.
I'm trying to rack my brain why it would be necessary.
It's a guy with time on his hands, and it's one of his toys. But I mean, I will say it looks sharp.
Who cares what it looks like?
It looks pretty sharp. Man.
No, but the lawnmower doesn't have to look like anything.
I know.
It's a tool.
It's the same guy that hoses out his trash cans every time.
Okay, but the trash can, I think that guy's lame too, but that kind of serves a purpose.
To get out the stinkies.
Exactly. Like, this does nothing.
I know.
Nothing.
I know.
Nobody.
It's a little personal satisfaction how gleaming his mower is.
Like, I'll be honest with you. If I had a neighbor that was armor-alling the rubber on his
the tires and all the rubber.
Yeah. I would go across the street and ask him if everything was okay.
No,
that seems like what you do right before you have a mental breakdown.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, I haven't heard from him since. So,
he's gonna finish that up, go inside, sit in his sandbox, and write pet sounds. Like, that's how crazy we're talking here. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this riding lawnmower that burst into flame while it was cooling down in Rush, sitting in the driveway on Wednesday, just after 2:00. Even owning this lawnmower in that moment, because if you're not the one that sees it on fire, let's say you're in the house and your wife goes, the lawnmower's on fire. You wouldn't believe her.
No, I would think maybe it's just
she's mistaken.
Yeah, there's maybe it's just some smoke coming off it, but
whatever it is.
Okay. It's not on fire.
You wouldn't think would happen.
Yeah, like a blew a hose or something.
Okay, I'm going to ask a really stupid question.
What?
I've never had a riding lawnmower.
They are nice.
Okay,
You never owned a riding mower? You're married to a doctor.
I mean,
what are you
surprised
waiting on?
because you have such a large yard.
You own a 10-year-old car. You don't have a mower.
I have a mower. I don't have a riding mower.
old-ass mower.
Yes, it works, man.
Yeah, it's good enough.
It cuts.
I'm not
riding
going to
mower
spend
seems like
$60 on a new mower.
60. Yeah, if riding mowers were $60, I'd happily spend $60.
It does seem like something you would enjoy.
Riding lawnmower?
Yeah.
I prefer, okay, well, one, I don't want to.
Popping in your headphones,
Yeah.
taking some time to
Yeah,
drive
it's like
around your yard.
It's like your own little cocoon.
One, I don't want to spend the money. Two, I'm also afraid that I'm going to take a corner too fast and I'm going sideways. That's a legitimate fear of
roll a
mine.
mower?
Well, bro, like you're not top heavy. Like you're an itty bitty guy.
Yeah.
Like, you're like Formula One mower guy. Like I'm high off the mower, so I'm afraid if I take that quarter too fast, the whole
It
thing's
is funny.
going.
Big guys on lawnmowers do look stupid.
So then why are you trying to encourage me?
Like you're on some kid's toy. Like you should have a lawn service. I have a lawn service.
Yeah, but no, you don't. Your wife has a lawn service.
Yeah, she's got a lawn service.
You live there, which is funny because you also brag about how well you keep your landscape.
Well, I burnt out on it. I couldn't do it.
I burn out. I love lawns. I'm burnt out, but it's
My
still
back
pretty
couldn't
cool.
take the jiggling.
Oh no, my back.
You know, I got the bad back. I got the bad sciatic.
You got the bad everything, man.
Bro, I beat up bad.
No kidding. I'm looking at you. No, but what I'm saying is, having never owned a riding lawnmower, you don't have insurance on that, right?
Well, I think you're covered under your homeowners, aren't you?
So is this person going to get their money back for the?
I don't know how that works.
That's what I mean.
May
Like,
depend on how.
Yeah, I
old
guess
it
you could
is.
file a claim, right?
no.
I don't know.
I've been fortunate enough, knock on wood, to not have to use insurance for homeowner stuff.
Okay.
But I don't know. Like, if there's a guy out there with Armor All on the tires, I'm just thinking, like, they don't have like lawnmower collision policies, do they?
You never see that advertised on like any of those commercials.
No.
It's always like boat, motorcycle, camper. Never seen mower.
It feels like they're missing an opportunity to rip us off.
Yeah.
Right? Because you know every guy would go out and buy insurance on his riding.
Well, if you got a high-end mower, like
See,
those-
you're already doing it. You're
Okay,
already
well-
justified.
let's say you got zero turn. That's a $4,000 mower minimum.
So, quick Google search here, and I'm sure that there are differences, but it says, yes, a riding lawnmower is typically covered under the personal property section of a standard homeowner's
All right, so you're
insurance
covered.
policy.
All right,
You're
good.
good.
All right, so everything worked out. The person
Yeah.
did this thing right. Fire department got there before it got super dangerous, and hopefully they have the kind of insurance where they get their lawnmower paid for.
Get a new mower.
That's right. We have a dynamite. Keep that mower outside to cool down. Got to break them for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock, and today it has happened.
What happened?
Well, Father's Day is on Sunday.
Oh, that's right.
And for Father's Day, there will be a new Sexiest dad in Rochester.
Who gets the crown?
We have our winner
We
in
do.
an envelope,
Oh.
ready to open. They do not trust us with any of this stuff, so it is ready to roll. And just after 7:30, we will all find out who the newest Rochester Sexiest Dad
Wow.
2025 is. And past who the actual winner is, because
Yeah.
look, I mean, all of the 60-some-odd dads that participated, you're all champions in my mind. You're all sexy to these eyes.
You're all beefy in your own way.
Thank you. That was a
Right.
perfect way to put it. This year's competition, it turns out, was a lot different than the last
Why?
couple we've done. Well,
How so?
based on some numbers we saw
Oh.
yesterday. And when men think of sexy,
Yeah.
like observing women, there are like three things we
Oh,
care
yeah,
about.
yeah.
Okay. Women, on the other hand, have way more.
Mm.
And that may be good news for dads.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 7:30. Give you our champion here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to be outside mowing the lawn, if you're going to be a sexy dad, you got to keep yourself in shape.
Okay.
Part of that is the ass.
The what?
Kimmy, tell me if I'm wrong. Men's asses.
The ass.
Yeah, men's ass becoming way more important to women the last couple of years than in the past.
Maybe, but I think
You're not an ass
I
woman?
think no. I was gonna say I think women have always admired like athletes in tight pants.
Okay,
you
fair
know?
enough. Fair enough. If you want to,
So what are they doing with the ass?
well, they're not doing anything with it. What I'm trying to help you with is
Right.
keeping that ass tight.
But they want nothing to do with it.
Okay, well, that's for me. That's good.
No, but I mean, what's the point? Like,
Well, but
What's the point of boobs?
You can still look at it.
yeah, but you're like, you'll nuzzle boobs, you'll suckle boobs.
What's the point of
Right,
legs?
right.
You'll feel them up.
What
But
leg?
like, when's the last time somebody suckled your butt?
Are you talking about butt
Butt
sucking?
suckling. She's a butt suckling woman in love with a good timing man.
I'm just trying
They
to
get together, but that smell she just can't stand.
If you're sitting all day, I'm just trying to keep your ass nice, and we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. women care about their asses.
Yeah.
Their peach.
The booty.
The cake, as the kids call it.
Yeah.
Right? You get on social media, you got, Kimmy, you're slammed with 20 different exercises how to fix your butt.
Sure, yeah.
Keep it tight.
That's right. Men, on the other hand, we have traditionally not cared about our butts.
No.
But we should. And something that you are doing every single day is destroying that high-end Heine.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 6:45, when you think luxury, you think like yachts.
Oh, yeah.
Rolexes.
Mansion.
But experiences can be luxury, too.
Oh, like a vacation.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something simple because there is a grocery store that will now, for a fee, offer their customers what might be the most luxurious everyday experience you can have.
Wow.
And we'll tell you what it is just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Your ass looks terrible because of you going to work every day.
Just dragging my ass to work.
That ain't it.
Sitting
Gonna
on your
ruin
butt.
my ass.
Kimmy hit it.
What?
Gotta be sitting.
You got it.
If you work a job where you sit a lot.
There is a new epidemic called office chair ass.
You get an office ass.
You got it. And by the way, this also applies to you if you sit in a truck all day.
Okay.
The length of time you are sitting is destroying your gluteal muscle group. In fact, the medical term for office chair ass is atrophy of the gluteal muscle group.
Oh, yeah.
And when you don't use that ass,
Yeah.
you lose that ass.
So you're getting a sloppy ass.
It causes fat to build up. The fat then drags down the muscle, which flattens out your ass because you're sitting on it all day.
So you're flattening your fat ass.
You got it. You get saggy ass.
Yeah.
And look, no woman wants a saggy ass.
No.
Right? That's like a game changer.
Mm-hmm.
But men do not look good with saggy asses.
But they don't care.
You ever see a guy?
I think you care. If you have one or if you've noticed it changing, I'm going to guess you care.
I don't know
whether
if-
or not you do anything about it.
I don't know if men notice their asses.
No.
You don't think?
I mean, they don't do ass workouts. I mean, most guys will lift weights, right?
Well,
And they
no,
care
I-
about how big their arms are.
I mean,
Like when a guy goes, the one thing he'll try to keep doing is biceps.
I know. See, that's because you skip leg day. Your squats.
So you
know,
think
your
there's
deadlift.
guys out there
Oh, I know.
doing
Like
serious
this?
squat work?
Yeah.
Like there's like the majority. You think the majority of men do squats?
I think if you're in the gym.
If you're in the gym, yeah. I'm just talking regular guy. Not
No,
a gym
no,
guy.
no.
He gets up every morning, got to get his squats in.
No, I don't think he
No.
does it. But that's why we have an epidemic of
Yeah.
office chair ass, right? And Kimmy,
Yeah.
you said it before. Like, forever, women have liked looking at guys' asses in sports pants,
Oh, yeah.
right? But it does seem in the last couple of years,
Mm-hmm.
even everyday men, the spotlight is now more on their hiney.
Why?
Women are checking out asses. I don't know why.
Which is weird, though, because
Super weird.
Because the jeans are getting wider, tougher to show off that butt.
Oh wait, men's jeans are getting wide again.
Like
Yeah.
they're men are moving on from like the skinny jeans, which would have showed off your butt, to like a more wide leg trouser.
He's a wide leg man.
Okay.
So I would think that wouldn't make sense then if you're trying to show off your butt. Why the trend's changing?
Is it possible men are trending towards wider jeans because of the epidemic
Yeah,
of
they
Maybe
give
to
it
cover
up.
it up.
office chair
Could
ass?
be.
Can't get into them skinny jeans.
I will say this.
But
There is nothing worse than a man in khakis with a saggy ass. Because it looks like you have an upside-down camel behind you.
all right, so you're talking about guys that started to develop the pillow ass.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Well, no, because pillow ass can also be round. I'm talking about it's like flat down,
So you gotta-
then
yeah.
the pillow
You
is.
So it's like a
kinda got no
pancake.
butt,
Yeah.
really.
Well, no, I mean, because you could have the sag at the bottom. That's what this
Okay.
problem is. Like, it looks
They
like,
look mud flaps.
yeah, that's,
Yeah.
you nailed it. You nailed it.
You put Yosemite Sam on there. Back off.
So it turns out with office chair ass,
Yeah.
the sitting is not actually the issue.
Oh.
It's the lack of movement while we're working.
So you're just you're not getting any exercise
Just not-
basically. You got to
it's like-
walk.
okay.
The blood's pooling up down there. What's
It's
going on?
It's not the blood.
No.
you know,
You got a bloody ass, you do. You got a flabby, bloody, flappy ass.
Experts say there is a very simple solution to this.
What? Take the stairs.
Well, that's one of them.
Got to get up and move.
Yes, every 30 minutes, get some activity done. So they say you can do laps around the office. You do that.
Yeah, but I do that so I don't lose a leg to blood clots.
Yeah, but I mean, it makes your ass look great.
Because my ass will look really bad when I only got one leg.
Are we sure?
It would look good, man.
Oh, maybe it makes your ass look better.
How's that?
If you're all ass,
Well, I guess it would draw attention away from my ass looking at my missing leg
there you go.
or my peg.
They say though, the laps are fine. The better exercise to do at work every day, body weight squats every 45 minutes.
You mean like bring weights and do squats?
No. Body
Just
weight.
body
Just
weight.
Oh, you ready?
So just do
You're
squats
just-
with
you're
your
just
natural weight.
squatting.
All right. That's going to look weird at work.
So they say 10 to 20 body weight squats wherever you are in your office every 45 minutes.
Every 45 minutes?
Yeah.
That's not that much. It's once an hour, pretty much.
But you're working and doing it.
They also say lunges will effectively help this.
So you're going to walk around the office lunging?
Well, no, you lunge in place.
Yeah. That looks so stupid.
That could be hard though, considering what you have to wear to work every day.
Well, I mean
if you're wearing those, depending certain materials,
You're in
don't
dress
stretch.
pants. If you're in an office, you're probably in dress pants.
If you're in an office, you're wearing the stretchy dress pants. Let's be real.
But you got a belt on, you got a shirt.
You got a belt. Come on, you could do 10. They want 10 body weight lunges on each side.
So can I take my belt off and my shirt off and just do it in my slacks and T-shirt?
You can do whatever you want, man.
Okay.
I'm not your boss.
Yeah.
Would you judge a coworker for doing in-office exercise?
Yeah, I would think you're just doing it to show off.
Yeah, but this has always existed. Like, there's always been a couple coworkers, I think, that follow those trends, whether they have the medicine ball that they sit on or they do the like the walking treadmill thing.
Which probably okay. So
what is it? Like it's got I don't know walking pad.
Yeah,
That's what
walking
it's
pad.
called.
So Breezy, our coworker,
She's got a walking pad.
she got a walking pad. The thing's huge. She brought it into work.
Yeah,
So
didn't you have to bring it in for her?
Yes, she's like, excuse me, help, please bring in this walking pad for me. The thing, she bought it on like some cheap ass website. It's loud as hell, and she was able to use it for 3 days before Moose, her co-host, was like,
Because
never.
you could hear it on air.
Yeah. So now it just sits on the wall. Like even the work treadmill has clothes hanging on it at PXY.
So what if you just like took stairs and walked?
Well, I mean, if you have stairs, fine.
Yeah.
But you're just saying that because you don't want to do any more
Not
stuff.
everybody, I think, has a big enough space, I guess, to take a lap. But I don't know what your office looks like.
Yeah,
you know?
true.
Can I point something out, Kimmy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As we talk about office chair ass, medical term, atrophy of the gluteal muscle group, doctors encouraging people, if you want to keep your ass looking, as Tommy put it, like Yosemite Sam mud flaps, getting up and getting activity, body weight squats every 45 minutes, 10 lunges, body weight lunges on each side. You just said you would make fun of a coworker for doing this stuff.
Yes.
Yet you
did
brag
it.
multiple times a day about how you get up and do your laps.
Yes, I do.
In fact, every time you come across someone while you're doing your laps, you say out loud, just doing my laps.
Yes. And TJ wants to make fun of me every day.
From the B.
Yeah, yes, from the B. Because at times out, she comes up twice a day, and she looks at me like I'm a lunatic. And I'll have a conversation with her while I'm doing the laps because I used to scare her coming up from around the corner doing my laps. So now I try to make it known that I'm here so I don't frighten her.
Lap man coming through. Here comes a
Yes.
lap boy.
Yeah. But everybody thinks I'm a lunatic.
No,
after
but
doing
see,
it.
but here's the thing. You're doing it.
Yeah.
Yes,
So-
I am.
So what leg that you're going to lose because your blood clots do you have to stand on
Yeah.
making fun of somebody else for doing
Well, because I go away and do it. But if I stood in here, would
I
you
go
not-
away and
If
do
I
it.
stood in here
Yeah.
while you're trying to work and some midget's in here doing squats bug-eyed.
I mean,
Mm,
that
do
really
my squats.
just well, if you stare at me like
I
that
gotta
and do
do
it,
my
yes, that's
lunges.
gonna bother me.
Count my lunges for me.
No, I mean like you just being in here is a distraction most of the time.
So it'd be
there
worse.
are times when I will walk in on you having a conversation with me not in the room.
Yes, I have.
In
done
his
that.
defense, I've done that multiple times too.
Yeah.
Well,
It's the only time you agree with me.
and I love how you go, like, if I was doing that, it would look weird. Bro, you got office ass face.
Nothing you could do about that.
No. Can't do face squats.
Well, I can only mom's house.
Got that?
I got to.
Get him in the mom's house.
You know what I'm saying.
Sounds like a Beach
Your
Boys
mother
song.
sits on my face.
Everybody knows Ken the mom's house. Rest in peace, Brian Wilson. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Okay, so you say if you go away from your coworkers, this is okay.
That would help. It
Some
would be
people
less
take-
of a distraction.
Some people take the lunchtime walk.
Okay, well, but again, the walk. It
Those
looks,
are usually like squatty middle-aged women in
They're
sneakers.
walking.
you
Good for
are
them.
doing this.
Yeah.
With my Gale pals.
You are.
Me, Gail, and Blanche are gonna do our walk.
You are doing exactly that, and you have the same shoes as a middle-aged office woman. All right, so you're telling me then,
Yeah.
if you went upstairs on your walk,
Yeah.
and you came around the corner where I went away, and you saw me doing push-ups,
I think you're weird.
but I'm doing what you told me to do.
All right.
No, not
Yeah,
all
yeah,
right.
sure.
No, I'm saying what I'm getting
go
at
away
is,
from everybody
yes, there's nothing I could do if I wanted to fight.
without looking a little weird.
Yeah, you would make fun of me no matter what,
So
while
there's
doing what I'm doing.
So on the old show, Tertulio, you used to have a 20-pound dumbbell in the room, and he would do curls sometimes on breaks, and then he would start doing push-ups and stuff.
Okay.
And it was like so annoying
Why?
because he because like you're in the room, like we're talking, we're just being regular guys, right? And all of a sudden, Jack LaLanne breaks out over here, and he's going to do his workout, and it was just dumb.
Okay, can I counterpoint that?
And he was doing the push-ups, and the other thing was crunches.
Okay.
He's laying on the floor doing his crunches.
All right, counterpoint.
What?
Tools looks great.
He does. He looks great.
No,
what's it get him? Nothing.
But no, what
does
do
it
you mean?
get you?
What's it get him?
We don't know.
You've been married for 30 years. It gets you nothing.
You know what I bet he doesn't have? Blood clots he has to walk off on a daily basis.
Well, so what?
Like you're sitting here criticizing this guy for doing this thing. For his age, he looks phenomenal.
He does.
Phenomenal.
Does nothing for you.
Oh, John,
What do
miss
you
you,
mean?
buddy.
We're saying he looks great, and you're like, it doesn't do anything for him. But
doesn't.
it clearly does. We don't know what he would look like if he didn't do it.
It wouldn't matter.
He looked like that.
It doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter. He takes pride in himself, which you also argue men should do on a daily basis.
You should.
Oh
But do it away. You don't need to break out Planet Fitness around your goddamn cubicle in the morning.
Can I do a quick sidebar now that you bring that up?
Yeah.
So, a couple of years ago, Bills had that game snowed out, and they had to go play a regular season game in Detroit against the Browns. So I went out to Detroit to go catch that game, and I had broadcast live from our studios, our company studios in Detroit. In the studio, they have a Planet Fitness tiny gym.
That's pretty
really?
cool.
It's like double
At the office
Yeah.
for the studio.
Yeah. So it's like it's amongst the studios. It's double the size of the room we're in now, and they have all of this workout equipment. And it's like big glass window, so you can walk by. If we had that, and I worked out in that gym.
It's
Workout,
a gym. That's
show
what it's
dick.
for.
What's that?
I said it's a gym, though. That's what it's for. It's a space.
I'm working out, man. What are you doing?
Tommy would be like just standing there in the window, just staring at everybody
Yes.
working out. Like
No.
you want to call the people working out creepy, but you'd be the real creep.
He would bring his tracksuit to change into, and he would walk at level 2 on the treadmill while making fun of other people doing exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, I think I could work that into my
Yeah,
routine.
get my steps in.
All right, maybe working out's not for you.
Yeah.
Right? But everybody has to go grocery shopping.
Oh yeah, rich and poor.
That's right. And like when we talk about luxury, we think of like things beyond our wildest dreams. But what this grocery store is offering is a luxury that only the richest of the rich could even think about doing.
And it's in the store.
Well, here's the thing. This store is now ready to offer it, and you don't have to be a millionaire to accomplish it. I'm telling you, this would be, and you've never thought about it,
All right.
the most luxurious experience of your life.
And it's in the grocery store.
It's going to be happening in the grocery store. We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on CMF. When you think of luxury,
Yeah.
you think big homes and fancy cars.
Yeah.
But I think you can argue that experiencing this would be one of the most luxurious moments of your life.
Damn.
Because this is stressful. All the people around you make it time-consuming. And very few people actually like to do this. So if no one else was around while you were doing it.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, it's Friday. You know what that means?
I think we're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cat coming at you. And there is a man who is in serious trouble after police say he stole some stuff.
Okay.
Like a lot of money.
Well, that'll happen.
Okay. But here's the thing. There will be people that hear this based on his circumstances that will argue this was not stealing. In fact, Kimmy, I'm going to make a prediction.
But it's cash, you said, right? Money.
Yeah, straight cash, homie.
Yeah.
I will make a prediction, Kimmy, that someone in this room will argue what this man is accused of doing was not actually all that bad.
Okay.
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Do not forget, after 7:30, we have our reveal. We have our champion. It is in an envelope here in the studio. We will find out who 2025 Rochester's sexiest dad is.
Exciting.
So there, your friends here on CMF. Costco is on fire lately.
Costco.
And they are offering an interesting new perk.
Wow.
A Costco membership, Tommy, baseline is $65 a year.
Yeah.
But they offer higher tiers. For example, their highest is the executive membership.
Ooh, look at me. I'm an executive.
That costs $130 a year.
What do I get for that?
You get like 2% off most items, a couple other things like vacation help. But they are offering a new perk to their executive members.
The penthouse level?
That's right. Those members will now be able to shop 30 minutes earlier than the general public.
That's a big advantage right there.
So that before the store is actually open to the public, you go in.
So you get different store hours.
Yes, you do. You get an extra. You get the first 30 minutes all to you and the rest of the executive members. Yes.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: Costco is notorious for always being slammed.
Yeah.
And if you've ever been inside a Costco ever, it is a lot to deal with. But now you can pony up this dough. You'll have time to get your shopping done with clear aisles. No one is standing in front of you when you need stuff. No lines to stretch on forever.
But couldn't you just go early?
Nope.
No.
Because
I say like when the store first opens
there's
up.
a line.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. So my husband and I tried this. It was a Wednesday. He had off. So we're like, as soon as I get done here, let's go to Costco. I think like I think they open at like 10.
9. They open at 9.
9 or 10. So I'm like, oh, it'll be early enough. Like it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah.
And it was mobbed.
No kidding. Damn.
So I tried the same thing when we first got our Costco membership. I showed up on Saturday at 9 o'clock in the morning.
I usually early in the morning, just a couple of stragglers.
And the line was already 60 people deep.
60?
I thought they were selling Metallica tickets. It was insane.
Wow. All right, so you get to shop like Elvis.
Yeah. This is the greatest idea of all time.
I know. What a great perk without really costing them much.
So you just had to go earlier. You'd have to go like 8 o'clock in the morning, I'm guessing?
8:30, yeah. So it'll open at 8:30. All right, let me ask this question, because not everyone's a Costco member.
Yeah.
And not everybody wants to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning to go to the grocery store. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. What would you be willing to spend for a solo shopping experience? Let me throw out a scenario.
Yeah.
All right. Let's say Wegmans decides every Saturday at noon they're going to shut down the store for an hour.
Oh, people would definitely pay for that.
Okay.
But a Saturday at noon?
But here's the thing. You can go in.
Yeah.
But every time you go in Saturday at noon for an hour, it's an extra $50. Would you do it, Kimmy?
Probably not. I mean, I don't know if I could justify $50.
You think it's too much?
Yeah, instead of just like, because again, you're not getting any perk other than just other people not being there or not being as busy, which is great, but I don't know if I'm willing to do it for $50.
Would you pay $50?
I don't need to
Why?
because of my flexible schedule. So like when I go to Wegmans on Saturday morning, it's 6:30. I pretty much am the only person there. You could fire a cannon down those aisles.
No, people are hoping that somebody fires a cannon at you.
But I would say somebody with a busy schedule and like you only get to shop on Saturday, that extra $50 would be worth it because parking, getting in and out, and not standing in line. Yeah, I would think some families would spend that.
I would not hesitate.
Yeah.
I would sprint at them with $50 cash in my hand. Because, Kimmy, you say $50 is too much.
Yeah.
It saves you well more than $50. I don't have to worry about long-ass conversations when my wife runs into somebody. I'm not waiting forever for the produce scale when I got 6 bananas and the person in front of me is weighing every fruit that's ever been grown in the world.
Yeah.
You're rolling through aisles. You're home before you even know it. And I think you can make the argument that time is the most valuable thing you have in life, right?
Especially with a family,
You're paying $50 for your time. I am happy to pay for time.
Yeah. I would have to agree.
You with kids, your grocery list is also a little longer, too, than most people. So you're probably spending more time in there. There's more stuff you got to check off your list. Yeah.
It's golden.
It would also eliminate a fight that my wife and I have every time we go to the grocery
store.
What's that? 252 WCMF. We're talking about how Costco, they have their executive membership. It's $130 a year. One of the new perks for the Costco executive membership, they will allow executive members to shop 30 minutes before the rest of the membership holders, the non-executives.
Yeah.
So because I don't like grocery shopping, I do it as efficiently as possible. When I am making my list, I make the list so I am going in a straight
aisle.
Yes.
So you don't backtrack at all.
I will not backtrack.
Yeah.
Like I will start in the produce, I will go to frozen, and then I will check out, and I work all the way down.
Everybody has their routine.
My
Their
wife,
strategy.
my wife will not do this,
Yeah.
and it adds. I'm not exaggerating. 20 to 25 minutes to every trip we take.
She meanders.
She go back and forth.
Yes, and it's not even the meandering. It's just the fact that you keep getting caught in aisle traffic because she only wants to go shopping like Saturday or Sundays at like 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
It is effing slammed. And I tell her, like, just give me the list and I will put it in order. And she won't.
I will control this. I will monitor our food input.
I would like to spend more time with my family outside of the effing grocery store. And it sucks because, like my wife, now we got to turn around this giant cart that weighs 150 pounds.
So do you use the big carts?
Of course she uses the big carts.
Yeah.
Well, I got a family.
I know.
How much extra is it if you do like the grocery delivery? Like how much? What's a premium you're paying on
For
that?
delivery
So,
from Wegmans?
so the Instacart, we've done this a couple of times.
Is that like $50?
So I'm not exactly sure. I'll be honest with you. My
I
wife
thought
gets
the
it.
actual an Instacart, you're paying actually more per item. Not like, or is there a whack?
So I know you can buy like a membership to Instacart where it's like quote free. I don't
Because
know.
everybody was doing it during COVID.
Yeah.
Right.
No, look, I got to be honest with you.
Because I was thinking
It
like
is-
that would keep you out of the store completely, but you are spending more on the convenience, so
Here's the other thing with Instacart. The couple of times I've used it,
you don't always get.
Exactly what you're looking for.
exactly, it's a stone situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can't always get what you want. And like some of the Instacart shoppers, God bless them, they work hard.
Yeah.
They'll be like, "Oh, it's not here." And I'm like, "No, I know exactly where it is, and I'm gonna walk in that store tomorrow, and it's gonna be right there. You're just missing it.
Yeah.
You're missing it. Come on."
I also think if you switch to the Instacart and you're normally somebody that goes shopping in person, like you might miss it a little bit.
Shopping?
Yeah.
No.
I do enjoy
I love it.
going to Wegmans.
Yeah, because it's fun.
No, it's
It's an experience.
Wegmans is great. I don't like grocery shopping.
Yeah,
No?
most people don't. But you're the majority.
Yeah, even-
most people hate it.
Even sometimes, like if I branch off, I go to like Aldi's or something like that. I do find myself like wandering the aisles, like looking around.
Yeah.
Like it is. There's
relaxing.
something like once I get there, I enjoy it.
But you guys don't have hobbies.
Oh,
We watch a lot of TV.
No, that's what I mean. Like, what do you like?
Netflix.
Okay.
And I do Netflix and Prime.
No, Kimmy, let's say like
and I'm
you're-
starting to do a little Hulu
Like
on the side.
there's one aisle at Aldi's that you could get stuck in for a while.
That
It's
snack
just what?
The snack one?
No, it's just random stuff. Like it's random houseware stuff. It's random outdoor stuff.
Condoms.
Like you never know. You never know what's going to be down that aisle every time you go because they switch it in and out so much that it's got to be the aisle. It's the aisle of impulse buys because it's like I didn't think I needed this canopy for my backyard, but maybe I do.
No, you bring up an interesting point, and I think that if we were to do a Venn diagram, the two circles, right? People who like to go to the grocery
Do
store,
their marketing.
yeah, and people who like Marshalls are one solid circle. Because what you were describing
Yeah,
is
but you like Marshalls.
I mean, I'll tolerate Marshalls if I need I'll buy underpants and socks at Marshalls.
Okay.
Yeah.
If my wife goes, I'll spend 5 minutes before I get.
Sometimes you'll be like, "Oh, I found this cool thing at Marshalls."
But it takes me 5 minutes in Marshalls. I don't meander Marshalls. But my wife, she spent 20 hours in a Marshall.
Oh, my wife will do Marshalls and HomeSense and then TJ Maxx all in one set.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Those people who like to grocery shop.
You
are,
people.
Yeah, you people. 252 WCMF, as we're talking about this new perk for executive members at Costco. 30 minutes pre-opening, you will now be allowed to shop, and we're talking about how that would be the ultimate luxury. I would happily pay Wegmans $50 to have an hour to go shop with just a couple other people. Zach writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. I have this argument with my fiance every time we go to the store. I like to grab the items we need and leave. She likes to go up and down every aisle, even if there's nothing we need. Drives me crazy.
Ooh,
I
no,
do
there
that.
are some aisles I skip. I'm like, I don't. There's not a thing down here I need.
I'll still kind of go down almost
Really?
every aisle.
You
Yeah,
go
when
down
I shop.
every aisle?
Not every day, but like when I go Sunday morning for like the food for the week. Yeah, I've hit every aisle.
Why?
Except like the household stuff I don't.
Is it, like,
need.
there's one aisle for like just baby stuff. You go down that aisle.
Well, yeah, that's where he buys his pants.
I might end up buying a baby someday. I don't know.
You go up and down like the Mexican aisle.
Well, yeah, I like Mexican food.
No, but you don't make it. You don't eat it because you're a bitch.
True, but I still like to look at it.
Okay, you're drinking Goya soda. You gonna get some.
I might get some Malta.
Are you looking for like meal inspo?
Yes.
No, he's not, because he just eats salad and fennel and chicken and fish, and not like the cool Mexican fish. Straight up busted ass white people fish. Want some lutefisk? Like there are so many aisles. You go down the bread aisle.
So that's the area I don't go down. Like the pharmacy, that kind of stuff I get in there. Unless I'm sick. Or
He's
I need
afraid
shampoo.
he's going
Oh,
to breathe in carbs. Is
Yeah.
what it is. Yeah. Oh no! And like, what do you get in the frozen food section?
So I get those veggie patties, the Morningstar veggie patties, and sometimes I like to put Cool Whip in my coffee in the morning, so I get a little tub of that Cool Whip. I'm living large, bro.
Man, look
I
at
get
you.
veggie patties and Wegmans Light Cool Whip.
Over 30 years on the radio, Cool Whip in my coffee.
Little dollop in there once in a while, if I'm feeling it.
See,
If I'm feeling sassy.
go back to this Costco
Yeah.
story. The only problem with this idea from Costco, there doesn't seem to be a cap on how many executive
Yeah, so
memberships
it could end up being slammed with executive privilege.
Yes, you could be in the same situation. It's like when, like these.
They sell these skip the line things when you want to go do
Exactly,
things.
yes.
So everybody, for an extra $10, you could blow past everybody and stand in this long line.
All right, let me ask you this real
Go ahead.
quick. I'm going to give you 3 places.
All right.
Where would you be most likely to pay to experience this by yourself? Movie theater, amusement park, or major sporting event?
A sporting event where I'm the only person there?
Well, let's say the Bills sell 1,000 tickets to a Bills game. This
Yeah.
happened during COVID. Remember during the playoff games?
Yes. I would say that would be the most comfortable. Would to be in an empty stadium watching a game? Yeah. I would say stadium first.
Thoughts?
No. I mean, that would take away from your game experience.
What,
Yeah.
just
Like,
screaming in a jackass?
you want that.
The
Like,
arrest?
that's why you go in person. Otherwise, I could just sit at home and watch it.
Good point. I like that. Okay, so Kimmy, movie theater or amusement park? What would you pay most solo
Amusement park, 100%. Yeah, no lines.
for? All right, let's say Darien Lake, Seabreeze,
VIP experience.
$500, you and 12 other people in the park. Would you pay for that?
Yeah, that's worth it.
$500.
Because that's going to be the one where you're waiting around the most, depending on how busy it is.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you could just skip to the front of the line,
Did you mention concert? Did you say concert?
I didn't say concert.
So how about that?
that would be cool.
Think about how expensive.
Major concert,
Okay.
but limited. So let's say a place like Darien Lake probably seats about 12,000 total.
Let's go with that.
So let's say you're only one of 2,000 people in the whole joint.
Okay, but think about how expensive concert tickets are now.
Right.
How expensive would that
But
experience
how
be?
nice would that be getting in and out of there and
Yeah,
getting your booze?
He immediately goes to traffic.
Yeah, because I want to get out. It's not so much getting in. It's when I'm ready to leave.
It's Friday. You know what
Yeah,
that means?
I'm ready to leave.
Yeah, no, I want you to leave. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. We got a creep cap coming at you. And, I mean, by the letter of the law, this is stealing. In fact,
Okay.
I would think that most people would hear the allegations and go,
Yeah.
this is absolutely
You're
stealing.
in trouble.
I am willing to bet, with one man included in this room, there will be people that argue what this man did, although questionable,
Yeah.
is not as bad as everyone else would think.
Okay.
Because there are folks that make the argument, if I'm going to get this eventually, what's the matter with me taking it now?
Oh, I'm just getting ahead of the game a little bit.
A prodigal son theory.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Entitlement is defined.
A lot of it.
What?
A lot of it. Entitlement.
Entitlement, Kimmy, is defined as the belief you have a right to something. And if the allegations in this story are true, it's very possible this man felt entitled to what he took. He wouldn't be alone. Because it's possible, Tommy,
Yeah.
other folks don't commit a crime. Other folks who did not commit this crime assume it's only a matter of time before this valuable stuff becomes their valuable
So
stuff.
it's coming my way anyway.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
You're entitled to this, buddy. Coming your way.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap happens now on CMF.
Oh, you feel that? That's the creep running down your spine. It's the creep cap on WCMF.
Are you coming to this realization
I mean,
that your wife
I-
was never attracted to
I mean,
you?
I bring the hot rod.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Ask your mom.
Nick writes us
Got some
on.
soul last night. Well, I mean, Bullwinkle. Yeah, he stood up right.
What do you think he talked that way? He kept stepping on it.
Well, come on here. Look at the size of my penis,
Don't
man.
do the voice
see
impression,
that
you
coming
piece of
today?
crap. God, this show sucks so hard. He's
Oh, you're
doing.
right. You brought up my penis.
He's doing Dave Coulier and me
Gee,
making.
Rocky.
Shut up.
I'm really hung.
Saturday, Sunday morning.
Yep.
You're lying in bed, deep in slumber on a day off, and then you hear it.
What's that? Oh, your mom's working in the neighborhood?
It's my birthday, man.
Bro, the boner ain't the problem. It's what the boner is doing. Like, you walk out there sometimes with a little bit of
Okay,
a
we get it.
stain on
We
your
know.
britches. You got a
We know what
quarter. You got a
happens.
quarter stain on them Levi's, boy. Stems are on point.
Yeah.
Nips on par,
Somehow,
which is the worst name for a golf course. If I haven't had a taste, I think it might be some sweet business. I may.
sweet business. Never say that again. Never say that again.
I may have to go. I may have to go help the poor thing
Okay.
out. But I've already had a taste and it was kind of raggedy. She could work things
How do you say the worst thing possible?
out. Hey, she
walking
just
by.
turns heel and goes.
What happened? What happened? She got a taste already. She already got a taste, bro.
I'm a sweet taste.
Ah,
Ew.
ah.
Ask your mom.
Oh my
Place is
God!
called Rachel's. I go in and I get a couple of cocktails and,
sorry.
I get a lap dance. So it costs
That's
me
the
40
most sad thing
bucks
I've ever heard.
to get a nice lap, to get a little stain.
Okay,
And then I
stop that.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. By the way, in about 20 minutes, just after 7:30, we will reveal the winner.
Oh, wow.
After 3 weeks of submissions and votes and many shirtless men fighting for this title, we have in an envelope here in the studio the winner of our 2025 WCMF Sexiest Dad competition. We will reveal it to you, all you sexy dads. Who wins
All right.
a $500 watch from our good friends at Heritage Jewelers just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. A 57-year-old man has been arrested after state troopers say he ripped off his elderly parents.
Wait. That's it?
Kimmy, they say the crime started in February.
Yeah.
Troopers say the man was withdrawing and spending cash from his parents' bank account without
Okay.
them realizing it. You want to take a shot at how much money he allegedly took from February until now?
Whoa.
Oh, just from February.
February until now.
I'm going to go with $20,000.
$20,000.
Man, you spelled the exact number I was thinking.
The fact that you guys do
I know.
this and
I'm
you're
gonna
always so
say-
close.
I'm gonna say 50,000.
No, you should have went $21,000 or
darn it.
$20,001 like we do at Prices Right.
Yeah.
You're both wrong. $91,995
Holy
and 37 cents.
Damn, he
that's-
was having some
Yeah,
fun.
he had a. That's you could do a lot of spending
Oh,
in
you
a
were
couple months
partying.
there.
So authorities say his parents are vulnerable individuals.
So
and
they're up there and
you got it. And who knows what they're
Yeah,
dealing with.
sure.
Because of all of that combined, he has been charged with a felony.
So who pressed charges?
I don't know.
Did they or another family
Maybe another
member?
family member.
I don't know. It's also possible that someone that can, like the bank, saw what was happening.
could be.
But
But I wonder if he was like he had access to the money because he was taking care of them.
I don't know.
Because
It
that
could
was like my
be,
brother's situation.
And
Okay.
it may have sent a red flag to the bank. Like that's not normal.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the thing. We don't know what he spent it on. Not that it really matters.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there is an item he could have purchased with his parents' stolen money where he'd be like, oh, it means he's
Yeah.
not a bad guy. But if we were to find sympathy for the devil, did this man accused of stealing almost $100,000 from his elderly parents feel entitled to this money?
Probably. Because maybe he was, dealing with a lot of issues with them, a lot of stress, and he kind of felt he was owed it.
$91,000 worth?
A lot of stress.
$91,000. Like
Bro.
this ain't a tank of gas. This ain't, lunch on the way home.
If he had issues like my old man, who would drive you nuts, my old man, to take care of my old man, somebody should have been paid $91,000 a day to take care of him.
Uh-huh.
Ass spewing all over the goddamn Italian restaurant, running people over, assaulting people. Sheriff's department had to come.
Okay.
He was on bed arrest. He was also strung out on Robitussin.
Look, man.
Yeah, I'm ripping that bastard off.
I understand. What? Did you what?
Yeah. If I had to deal with all that on a daily basis.
91,000.
If you're ripping him off, you're also kind of ripping your siblings off too. It's not just your parents.
You come wipe his ass then.
But they
if I'm the one cleaning the ass, I'm taking the cash.
You know what?
Ass for cash, baby. Or step up.
Hasn't that always been your motto? Ask for cash,
Hell
Tommy
yeah,
Muley?
buddy.
Bro, you know what's funny is you're describing your brother having to take care of your father,
and it was miserable.
and you did none of it,
No.
right? Your argument
You
is
showed up occasionally.
your argument is your brother should have gotten all the money.
I will say this: if my brother, great guy, ripped off my parents, I get it.
You
Bro.
lying. Oh, really? So they took your money?
There was no money to take.
Wait, but if there was,
Yeah.
He deserved it.
Wow.
Good for you, buddy.
of all of the people to say that, and we'll loop back around to that in a sec. Look, I mean, Kimmy, you brought up something a second ago.
What?
You're not kidding.
I'm listening. I'm enjoying the conversation.
You said siblings. Now, if this guy
Yeah.
was an only child, the logic of entitlement to this money
Sure.
makes sense.
This is going to
right?
be mine anyways.
Yes.
Essentially.
Okay, at least what he believes.
Yeah.
You're not kidding.
I'm listening. I'm enjoying the banter with you two. Very interesting.
If he is not an only child,
Yeah.
it gets more complicated.
Oh yeah.
Because you could see someone with siblings arguing they deserve more money.
Based
That-
on what they did for the parents.
They've done more to help them. Mom and dad liked them the best. They didn't pay for things for me like college or a car or
Yeah.
help with the house. Like
Yeah.
all of those arguments come up.
Even
when-
in the most like even keeled family dynamics, there are arguments over that where
Cash? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, big time. All right, so 252 WCMF, 252-9263. With this man, 57 years old, accused by the Monroe County Sheriff's Department of stealing $92,000 essentially dollars from his elderly parents from February until just now. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10
Yeah.
being the most heinous crime, where do you rank these allegations?
Oh, it's low, bro. 3.5.
He stole almost six figures from vulnerable people who need that money to live the rest of their lives.
How much life they got left?
Okay, that's my point. You
Yeah.
don't have the ability to go earn more money if it runs out.
No, I'm guessing they're almost done. And it's family, and it's their kid.
That's what makes it even
And by the way,
worse.
you raised that thieving kid.
Oh, my God.
A little bit's on you, buddy. Yeah, what did you do? What did you instill in that child?
Okay. The,
I blame the parents.
the majority of people are not stealing from their parents.
Of course not.
However, I don't think you can say the majority of people don't think they're entitled to that money. Because if you have elderly parents, elderly grandparents, some folks believe that they are going to get a bunch of money.
Right.
And you may not even have any idea how much is sitting around. But for some reason, a lot of people have a dollar amount in their head
Everybody's got that
Yeah.
dollar amount, bro.
that you believe you're entitled
Oh, sure. Because you'll do the math,
Yeah.
divide it up amongst the family.
to. Okay,
right?
but again, you don't know what the numbers are. You're just
Yo,
guessing.
but you make up a number and you think you're right.
And it's always got to be a number way more than it actually ends up being.
All right, Kimmy, I'm going to ask you this question first.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
goddamn, is a person
Yeah.
expecting money from an elderly relative coming to the end a bad person?
Just
I don't-
expecting the money. Like an inheritance. That's stealing.
No. You're expecting this money is coming.
Yeah.
Are you a bad person expecting that
I
money?
don't think it makes you a bad person. I think that is a natural thing to wonder when somebody's reaching the end of their
Okay,
life.
there's wonder, like, will I get? I'm saying
Yeah.
I am
Expect it.
expecting this
I
money.
get if you are somebody that did a lot for that relative, I don't think you're a bad person for expecting them to include you in that will,
Okay.
right? Like I think like I would be offended if they didn't, and I was somebody that really went out of my way to do everything I could for them.
But then can't you make the argument you weren't doing it because they were family or because you loved them? You were doing
No,
it
I mean,
expecting?
it doesn't mean no, because it doesn't mean you were doing it expecting. It just means, hey, like, I can't believe like you didn't think enough of me to include me in this.
Okay, Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Is the person expecting money from a relative coming to the end a bad person?
No. I mean, why is that bad? I mean, if you know they have wealth
Yeah.
and it's going to be distributed and you're in that circle, why should I anticipate money?
But why are you in that circle?
Because I'm family, and if that person's in it, I consider myself an equal with that relative. Why wouldn't I get it?
Well, because your relationship with that person is different than, let's use your brother, for example,
True.
your sister when she was alive, like all of these things. You know, you have family members you like more than others.
Absolutely.
Right?
But I'm expecting something,
No,
yes.
but here, why? But how do you know that you don't sit down after, this person passes away and you find out they donated all their money to a museum or a hospital?
I am pissed. Stupid-ass museum nobody goes to.
Hospital.
Pay your bills. Go get insurance. Some wing of a hospital?
Yeah.
Let the state build it.
Let the state, they don't build,
Whoever
you ever
buys
been to a
it.
state-run hospital?
I got to go Humanicare. I got to give it to them.
Okay.
No, I'm pissed. And I don't think I'm a bad person for anticipating.
I do.
Because you've never came from wealth.
'Cause
I
you've never
understand it.
came from wealth.
Like your busted family, you know who's this is going to fall on? Your children. Because now you've built up some wealth. So your kids, when you pass and your wife passes, are going to be in this boat.
Okay.
They're going to be me. They're going to be looking, going, we got some sweet business over here.
They're not getting it
We have a
time.
55-year-old Honda to sell. and Bill's memorabilia to unload.
Kimmy, as Tommy has this conversation,
Yeah.
it makes me laugh even harder.
Why?
Because, there are situations where you believe these elderly relatives have money,
Yeah.
and then
You may have no idea what's left in the bank by the end.
Yeah, it's true.
yeah, and then you find out that not
Yeah.
only do they not have money, they were lying about it because
Yeah.
Tommy, or lying about even the things they said were valuable.
That was
Because
my aunt.
you found yourself at this exact spot.
Yeah, so my aunt, who was a corporate lawyer her whole life, apartment in Manhattan, condo in Florida, always bragged about her money, super chintzy. We thought she was worth a ton, and no, not even close.
And I will go further. You have admitted into a microphone that there are family members that you stayed in contact with only because you thought you'd be included in the will.
Well, I will say this: money makes it easier to tolerate you.
Uh-huh. And your aunt was one of those people.
Yes.
Okay.
I couldn't embrace my racist, homophobic aunt
For money.
for money,
Uh-huh.
who would always point out the ethnicity of everybody that walked into the room for her entire life.
You didn't see coming that this terrible person was lying to you the whole time.
Yeah,
You
not to
deserve
this
it.
Not to this degree.
You deserve this. And by the way, how much of a sucker are you? You got played by a dead woman, stupid.
She spent 20 G's on a coffin
Wow.
because Leona Helmsley had the same coffin, who used to be the Queen of Mean of Manhattan.
I was going to say, Kimmy doesn't know.
Yeah, but she was, Google her, she was a mean lady.
Does
By the way, she left money to her dog instead of her family
Yes,
members.
yeah.
Does it make it less complicated, though, once you find out that family member didn't have what you thought they did?
Well, yeah,
Because
but to
like, in
Pat's
your mind,
point,
you're already fighting over this money that you think exists, and then when you find out there's nothing really significant there, well, then the fight's over
Oh, it
because there's
is.
nothing to be had.
because everybody walks away a
Yeah.
loser.
Exactly. Which, by the way, in the Muley family is a common occurrence. But, I mean, you talk about the money not being there.
Yeah.
I think the money not being there is the best case scenario because
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Like, it ends up like, yeah, you're disappointed, but so is everybody else.
Because the money will rip a family apart.
you got it. It will mess up everybody. Like, let's talk kids and grandkids, right? It is rare, if there are multiple people involved, kids, grandkids, whatever, that every person is going to get the exact amount of money across the board.
Yeah.
Right? There are folks closer to the person, like we talked about at the end, who may be doing more. There are members of your family whose schedules allowed them to be there more often.
Yeah.
Maybe that family member feels like, hey, they deserve more, but hey, it's only because they had, Tuesdays off. And then when the end comes, if it gets split evenly, that person who did more could feel slighted.
Yeah.
If the folks who did get more, end up with that check.
Yeah.
Well, the people who got less could feel like their birthright was taken away because you, for some reason, feel like you have a birthright to the money of your dad's sister,
Yes.
which is stupid.
Yeah.
And it's not
But she
like-
never had kids.
Yeah?
So, she was barren. Well, she was barren. That's what else you call it? She's barren.
Why would you?
So she wasn't leaving it to any of her children, my point.
I got what
it was
you're
only
saying.
coming to, and some other BS side cousins.
It's not like, Kimmy, you could have a cool, calm conversation with no lasting impact with your siblings, cousins
Right.
about,
that
like
lingers forever.
exactly. Like it will rip families apart. So maybe don't expect money for the sake of the relationships you
Hard
have.
though when you see it sitting there, man, and they old, and you see they got nice stuff. It's just human nature. It's survival.
I would want that person to just spend the money.
But let's say
Yeah.
they didn't.
No.
Okay, but let's say it's just sitting there.
Well-
Great, go enjoy your money.
No.
But if you're not, let me enjoy it.
Well, you just said you got pissed when your aunt started spending money towards the end.
So let me ask you this: I got a guy I know.
Yeah.
His parents have money.
Okay.
He went up to them and made a proposal.
What was that?
Give me the money now so you can watch me enjoy it.
Prodigal son.
Yep. Give me the money now, and then you can watch me enjoy it. Is that a bad person?
I think it makes you a bad person to ask for that. I am surprised though once people realize like I have more money than I'm gonna need for the rest of my life, why they don't start
Unload
like
it.
you would think you would want to have a say in where it goes and who gets to enjoy
Yeah.
it and who you want to see do something with that money. I am surprised you don't see more people doing that.
With rare exceptions, you don't know that you have enough money, more money than you need, because all it would take is one.
There are some people that have more money.
Let's say you got
okay,
some-
maybe not money. What if it's things? Like what if it's jewelry, something
Yeah.
of value that you have that you want passed on to
Yeah.
the next, generation, like grandkids, things
When you put
like
that diamond ring in that
like I
crusty
am
ass
so
hand.
surprised that people hold on so tightly to that stuff until the end, because it's like, well, if you really were worried about that stuff, wouldn't you want to make sure it's in the hands of the person you trust?
That's a great point.
No, but I'll counterpoint that.
Counterpoint.
You selfish woman, you. If I get to an age where I can no longer go do the things that
Right.
I want to do, I'm not as mobile, all I have left is my memories. And, you look at those
Yeah.
things, Kimmy, as things of value. These things that people have collected their whole lives, those are memories.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you ain't taking
I
them to a point.
understand.
The point I'm making.
Let it live on.
No,
Yeah.
the point I'm making is, at one point you can have it. When I'm gone, you can take it. But right now, this ring
Yeah.
is connected to one of the greatest moments of my life. So when I see this ring in front of me
Yeah.
walking by, I have the reminder of that. This
Yeah,
X, Y, Z. I'm reliving my life every time.
But to Kimmy's point, look, man.
You're not even listening. You
You're
just
not.
want.
No, I'm listening, but that memory is gone, man.
No, it's not. It's connected
God,
to that
you can't
item.
take it with you. Hey, by the way, you can have the memory. You don't need the ring.
No, 'cause-
I'll come back and remind you. I'll show it to you. Hey, remember you had a good time over here?
You
Let's
guys
go go over here and have a good time.
You're bad people. You're both bad people.
No, it's
I'm just
it's a-
thinking, like my grandma, my mom's mom, like all of a sudden she's gotten in this thing where she's like, come look at my stuff. See what you want to take. Like,
Nice, load up.
She is like getting to that point where she wants people to have her stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm like, what? I never thought of having that mentality before. Like you want to see people enjoying the things
you go
that
get
you
it?
want to pass on. I feel weird taking her stuff.
Go do it, man.
But
Life's
no,
short.
she's definitely at that point though where she wants like to see her grandkids, kids enjoy
How cool
some
is
things.
this woman?
Well, I think it part of that is also a covert way to talk to your family about the things you cared about the most. Because
Yeah.
when she you don't agree with me. You're just saying yeah. Because Kimmy, when she hands you
Yeah.
a necklace or a ring,
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
you're gonna get the whole story behind it.
Yeah, you're right.
So, and I get that there are some people that are built that way.
Yeah.
But if somebody said no, I want to hold on to all of my things until the moment I stop breathing, I totally get it.
Yeah, you're gonna die greedy.
You were only friends with a racist homophobe for money.
Somebody had to do it.
Okay. No, they didn't.
I did. I stepped up.
And you got nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Well, look, everybody got something out of this.
What's that?
Well, there was one man who's going to walk away with a watch, $500 watch from Heritage Jewelers. There are other men who got a whole bunch of positive attention from folks that went to WCMF.com and checked them out. And everybody who went and checked them out at WCMF.com got to feast their eyes on the best buds in the greater Rochester area. At least that entered themselves into the contest.
Yeah.
It's been 3 weeks. There's been ups, there's been downs. We've had wives write us, try to get their husbands' pictures off the website.
Yeah.
And today, we have our champion. In just a second, we reveal to you WCMF, our 2025 Sexiest Dad, and how a trend this year that changed from the years we've done it before means good things for every dad listening. And we'll get
Okay.
into it next here in the break room on CMF. Every dad is sexy on Father's Day, so enjoy your Sunday, boys. But today, we honor the smokinest of the smoke shows. And if you are a man with kids who wants to know what to do to bring the ladies of the greater Rochester area right to you,
Yeah.
well, now you'll know what it takes.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. It's been over 3 weeks of submissions and voting. Over 60 dads, Tommy.
It's a pile of papas.
That's right. They looked in the mirror and they thought, no dad is sexier than the one I'm looking at. Thousands of you went to WCMF.com and voted. And today, after all the blood, sweat, tears, Miller High Lifes, we know who Rochester's sexiest dad is.
Fantastic.
Are we all ready to find out?
Yes.
Kimmy,
Yep.
drum roll, please. Wait, stop.
What?
That's the best drum roll we have.
Yeah, it's actually the only drum roll we have.
Like we're a professional radio station. Sounds like guys hitting a tin can. All right, I'm sorry. Can we start over? Thank you. Yo.
Ow.
There's not supposed to be a symbol at the
A
end.
rim shot.
This is what you asked for.
Your 2025 WCMF sexiest dad is
Yeah.
Sexy Gary.
He pulled it
He
out.
did it.
Third
Wow.
time's a charm.
He
Damn,
did it.
He came
Gary.
through with the votes this time around.
Now you can let yourself go.
And joining us here in the break room, the sexiest dad in all the land. Please welcome Sexy Gary. Hey, Gary, congratulations, buddy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What a peach.
All right, now, Gary, for those not familiar, Sexy Gary, who is, the guy's sexy.
Yeah.
You can't argue. How old are you, Gary?
60. Going on the same day as I went to school with your dad. You know that.
Yeah, no, I see my dad, and that's why I keep having to ask, how old are you? Because you are in great shape. All right, so
Yeah, I'm only 61 this year.
for those who are unaware, the last couple of years, Gary has placed in the top 3. He came in second place last year, and it was always just by a
So
hair.
close.
Yeah.
Right there, and Gary couldn't pull it out. And Gary, not only super good looking, amazing story, kind man. We talked to him last year. Everybody fell in love with Sexy Gary. Gary, I need honesty because we're an honest show. The years that you were close and couldn't pull it out, was it disappointment? Was it sadness? Did you want to plot revenge against the people of the greater Rochester area?
No, it's a contest. I tried. And you obviously know that it has to do with a lot of people that vote for you. So I appreciate everybody that voted for me. So that was part of it, obviously. So that was great.
Okay, so for those who didn't see Sexy Gary's picture, let me try and break it down.
Yeah.
He's in blue jeans and boots, no shirt on. Dude is shredded. He's got a cowboy hat pulled down, sunglasses. He looks like Dale Earnhardt if he worked out. Okay. He is leaning on a bright yellow dirt bike, which itself is leaning on a wooden fence next to a pond out in the country. Gary, Rochester wants to know, did you take that photo, pay for it to be done for this contest?
So I dedicate that picture to my wife who died of brain cancer a couple of years ago. She was the person that took that picture.
No
Oh, wow.
kidding. Wow.
Yeah, Pam was my wife.
Man, look, I got to be honest with you. And again, we had talked last year about what you went through and how sad it is. But in that moment, she must have been just like, damn. Damn, look at what I got here. Look at that big old hunk of
You
beef.
were her muse.
Yeah, seriously. All right, Gary, before I let you go, there are men that have been asking us, at your age, what do you do to keep yourself in such good shape?
Well, I do work out at the gym, during the day, and then I play soccer. I play a lot of sports, but mostly I own a big yard, and I've been retired since my wife passed away, and I work out in the yard. I grow pumpkins.
Oh,
I,
I forgot.
and
Pumpkin Gary.
yeah, so pumpkin Gary, and a lot of other things. I skateboard. I used to have a skateboard.
Wait, you
park.
skateboard?
Of course he does.
I love Gary.
Yeah.
Gary's the greatest guy in the world.
No, I still skateboard. I skateboard. The Greece just opened up a park, and the city has a park there. I used to own a skateboard park.
You
indoors.
owned a skateboard park?
Yeah, it was next to Charlotte Appliance 2 years. It's about 10 years ago. It's called Extreme Sports Park, and had bikes, like BMX bikes, and
And you did all that stuff as a 50-year-old man.
I do still. Yeah, I just was skateboarding the other day at Greece a couple of weeks ago.
Gary, you are the most interesting man
I know,
in the world.
I know.
And to that title, you can also add Rochester's sexiest dad. Gary, congratulations.
Go out and have some fun tonight.
You earned it, buddy. Listen, here, I'm going to put you on hold. Kimmy's just going to talk to you real quick to let you know how everything moves forward because you will be the new owner of a $500 watch from our friends at Heritage Jewelers. Congratulations, Gary.
All right. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. That's awesome.
Gary, take care, buddy. Thanks for jumping back in this year. We appreciate it.
All right. Give me number 1, too.
Oh, wait, what the hell, man? I just complimented. Shut up, Gary. Bye, Gary. All right, we got
And you know what
Gary?
pisses me off, too?
What's that?
On top of all that, he's retired.
Yep.
And he's been retired for a few years.
My favorite thing about that phone call, because it just keeps getting more interesting when we talk about Gary.
Yeah.
Everything you've ever made fun of on this show, Gary does.
All right, grow pumpkins.
Grow pumpkins.
Middle-aged guy on a BMX bike and skateboards.
Play soccer.
Play soccer.
And based on how he looks and what kind of guy he is, you can't make fun of him for any of it.
No, I'm jealous.
He is a far better man than you in every aspect, doing all of the things you think are lame and stupid.
But he also pisses me off because I also know he's not going to go out and have dirty fun. He's like a good, clean guy. You know what I mean?
Well, he's going to go buy pumpkin seeds.
Right. Not like bury his face in a bunch of fun tonight.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, as long as everything goes well at the skateboard park.
Yes.
We don't want him to
But,
bury his face anywhere.
that's the disappointing part.
So something happened in this year's Sexiest Dad contest that has never happened
So
before.
what happened?
It was the closest Sexiest Dad vote we've ever had.
Oh, really?
So our second place sexy dad was Chad from Chilai. He missed number 1 by just a few votes.
Which one was Chad?
He was from Chilai?
No, it was
Chad
one of
H.
the ones we looked at in our.
No, we did not talk about
The
any in the 5 that we did
Yeah.
the other day. None of them placed in the top 3. By the way, our third placer, Michael, who was from the city, also right there.
Oh.
But from top to bottom, there was,
Tight.
normally we see like this wide gap
Yeah,
of
yeah,
like,
yeah.
like
People start to pull away.
Yeah,
Exactly.
there's like a top guy and then there's like Ben guy.
no, it was Ben was in the top 10 2 years ago.
I know.
Let's not forget
I
about
know.
that. When
That
we-
was COVID.
I think the fact that all of the dads were so close this year
Yeah.
means something.
What does it mean?
Well, remember last week we were talking, and I had brought up beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
Right. The idea that there is no such thing as sexy, that everyone has someone who thinks they're a really good-looking person.
Yeah.
And this year's Sexiest Dad may be proof of that. I'm going to throw out a theory,
Go ahead.
and I want you guys to tell me if I'm wrong. Tommy, men are into very few things sexually. What we think are sexy.
Yeah.
Asses, boobs, legs.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you can think of?
Not really.
Okay. And there are other little things that could change how you're attracted to a woman, but on the whole, asses, boobs, legs.
Mm-hmm.
Kimmy, it seems different for women.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
You're not Kimmy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
jeez.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Did you
yeah.
have 2 cups of coffee this morning?
I'm ready to go, bro.
He's got his shorts on.
Oh, he's got his party shorts?
Yeah.
Here comes Tommy in his party shorts. Pull out the drum roll.
Be a little bit more movement today.
I mean, Kimmy, there are little things that women see in men physically.
Yeah.
That
Physically, I think like women look beyond even the physical. Like they're looking for signs of other things. Like I'm even thinking in these pictures how much you could tell about a dad just from things in the background, things he was holding, things he was doing.
Okay.
I think like
Is he a good man?
they're looking at the overall picture, not like one specific thing necessarily.
But even when it comes to just physical stuff,
Yeah.
Kimmy, like as we talk about men are into asses, boobs, and legs. I mean, you hear women talk about shoulders, calves, eyes, hair, smile,
Guys
arms.
having a nice smile.
You
Yeah.
got it. Butt, height, bod. There are more things specifically
Yeah.
that women pay attention to. And I think that's a good thing for every dad.
Well, because they look deeper. We're shallow.
Well, and you
To
can
your
find
point,
more
we,
things to show off.
Kimmy hit it. That's why I asked Kimmy
What?
the question.
What?
Oh,
You can lead with more things, I guess.
Okay.
It increases the odds as a dad, as a man, that there are a few things on you that women will be attracted to. And yeah, you're not going to be sexy Gary with his washboard abs and a dirt bike to lean against and his pumpkins while he's ripping on a half pipe. But you could be tall with nice eyes and a great smile.
Okay.
That's enough for some women. Maybe you got a few too many pounds hanging off that middle of yours.
Yeah.
But the job you do every day, broaden those shoulders, and you got a great hairline.
All right.
Like, that's enough. Like, every guy, I think, has something physically about them where there is a woman that'll look at them and go, ooh, I like that.
Okay.
And that's, I think, the biggest difference between how men see women and women see men.
Mm-hmm.
Men focus more on the total package, how the parts fit together. For example, when men creepily say, I like how you're put together.
Yeah.
Where women,
Nice chassis.
We don't have as many nicknames for body parts as you
I
guys
don't think you
do.
have any, do you?
That's what I mean.
Wait.
Because, like, I mean, even just yesterday, like, Tommy like, in the creep cap, Tommy calling legs stems. Like, I've never thought of another word for a man's
Pins,
legs.
wheels.
Wait, you guys don't have slang for any parts of a man's body.
They don't need to.
I cannot think of a slang term we use.
They don't have dirty, degrading minds.
Yes, they do. They just don't share them with
Like,
us.
if you have
that's the
abs, you
secret
have
thing.
nice abs. There's no word I have for your nice abs. You know?
Yeah. What
or
about?
your nice arms. I don't have a nickname for a muscular arm.
I feel like you're dropping the ball here as women.
Yeah, I feel like maybe we should come up with some things.
Like if a guy had a nice ass, you would say,
Got a nice ass.
like not peach, cake.
I mean, I guess you could. I guess that could be used both ways, but I think of that more for like a woman than a man.
All right, can you say with confidence and enthusiasm, damn, that guy's got a lot of cake? I want to see how that sounds.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Damn, that guy's got a lot of cake.
No, I said with enthusiasm.
Damn, that guy's got a lot of cake.
Not that
Doesn't
good.
feel right. Yeah, you're
No,
right.
it doesn't.
Okay, so does it just not feel
Pretty
right
watered down.
coming out of a woman's mouth? Is
Yeah.
that
They don't think that. It's not how they think. It's not how they go about their business.
again?
Like a guy will look at that and go, "Yeah, I'm gonna put." A guy will look at a picture of a chick. I'm putting that into rotation. That's gonna happen around 2:00 today. That's how guys think.
Goodbye. Have a nice day.
Women don't think like that. What do you mean goodbye? You think women go, "Yeah, I'm gonna rub one out to that around 2:00."
Yes.
No, they don't. That's not their
I don't
initial
think most
reaction.
women are thinking that.
I
How
don't
do you
think that's
know?
your
Like
initial reaction.
if I see a good-looking man in shape, like that's not my first thought.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I'm
go
more
home and rub my
appreciating
kitten.
That.
My shave. I'm not gonna go home and
You
rub
did
my.
this.
No, I did.
I'm not gonna go
I did
home and
not
rub
start
my
this.
shaved kitty.
You did this. I
And
tried to go
always
home.
shave your kitty.
Yeah.
I tried to go
You
home.
can't go
I'm
home.
trying to work on the
You're
creep cap
stuck.
over here.
No, we got plenty, bro.
I got more.
And here's the thing. In the
It's
defense
a
of
long month.
Yeah, like I've never called a man. I never thought like, damn, he's thick. Like I never thought of like a word to describe a certain
Yeah.
body type.
But there are women who do that, and there are women in the defense of women. Kimmy's the least sexual woman that ever existed.
Yeah, but I've never heard. I guess.
By the way, she doesn't
what's-
argue with me.
No, but I'm just thinking, it's pretty rare that you do hear a woman talk about a man.
Yeah, it's
that way.
not polite feminine talk.
No, not that they won't talk about a man's body. That's not what I'm saying. I just think we're more.
Refined.
No, it's not what she's saying.
No, I don't know how to put it. We just.
You don't want to sound like you got a slutty mouth.
I love how he
no,
goes.
You don't wanna have a slut
not
mouth.
that either.
I love how he
No.
tries to help you, and then
I
you go
know,
no, and he goes
no.
whoa.
You don't want to have a
Now I
hoey
can't
slut
come
mouth.
back from this. I'm done.
Okay.
I think we worked with her a couple times.
Lisa writes us on
What
Instagram.
she saying?
Duffy at WCMF, the easiest way to get us is we're having this conversation. Kimmy claims women don't have any.
I'm just trying to think of
nicknames
a standard nickname for something.
Lisa says we have nicknames for your dong. Okay, what
Okay,
are?
but that's just because we don't want to say penis.
But
And they don't like the C word. No, the C word on a dong.
oh
That one.
C
They don't
word?
like the
yeah, chicken.
the acne.
That's what I mean.
Are
Like,
we-
we're not. There are a lot of nicknames for dong that we all use, men and women, just because it's awkward to say penis.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let's say you
Not
want-
because we're complimenting it. It's
Let's
just
say-
another word for it.
Let's say, and I know this probably would never happen, but just for the sake of the argument,
Yeah.
Kimmy, you want to tell your friends how great your husband's penis is.
Yeah.
Can you? If I'll be your friend, tell me what you would say to describe. Nope. Let me try that again.
I think that.
What word would you use?
I think the word that
Lonely?
you would use. I think.
Come on, man.
Shut up.
See, bro, she's,
Come on, man.
She was all mad at me yesterday.
Come on.
Decided with her. And
Take
this is
that
what
one
you
up
get.
for me. Come
I-
on, boom, right there.
You got me.
I'll turn it into Jimmy Schubert.
Nobody knows who that is.
I think you would just
Even his
say
family. What?
it's a simple thing that you would say to compliment it because this is what every you would just say he's very large. He's very big.
He's got a big stretcher.
No, not that.
He's got a wall rubber.
I can't. No, I can't think of.
He will twist your lips.
Oh my God.
So I'm doing better as a chick than you.
I don't
He
think
gets
somebody
all the way
could say
down the
that.
hall.
For God's
I
sakes,
don't
man.
think somebody could say that to me and me not laugh out loud.
He can ring that doorbell.
No, but the fact that you have to say it with a southern accent lets
I
me
know.
know you can't say it confidently either.
He's got himself a big old squirter.
No, not that.
Hey, Kimmy, if I were to ask you, as we started this conversation with men care about 3 physical attributes: boobs, ass, legs. Women go shoulders, calves, eyes, smile, hairline. There's something.
And I think, you know why you can't say he's got a nice dong?
Why?
Because that's different for everybody.
Well, your personal dong preference.
Yes.
Okay.
So, like, if I said that to somebody else, they may have a different image in their mind than I have in mine.
Okay. If I were to ask you what the sexiest physical attribute of your husband is, you would tell me?
My husband looks great in baseball pants.
All right.
Nice. So he's got a
Nice peach.
nice clipper.
Yeah.
A lot of cake.
Yeah.
Nice thrower.
How about the wheels, though?
Great wheels.
Legs.
Legs. I got you.
Stems, pins.
Yeah.
Good stems.
So you like his ass?
Yes.
Okay. Does his ass look as good outside of baseball pants?
Yeah.
Like
His raw ass.
Yeah.
All right. Well, no, I'll ask. Cause
His bare raw ass.
Men, no matter how long you've been with your wife, girlfriend, whatever, when she walks by naked, you got to fight the urge to go, damn! Do you catch yourself staring at your husband's ass when he walks by naked?
Yeah, but I also think he flexes too. He does it on purpose.
Well, we do.
He walks very funny, knowing that he's flexing.
He's working the chocolate clipper.
He's like a gorilla trying to get out of the rain. By the way, I do want to say
he'll check himself out in the mirror as he's going by.
Don't kill the guy.
Well, no, I mean, he's working for it.
I
Let
know,
him
but you
do
don't want
it.
that out there.
He puts a lot of effort into it.
I do want to say, as we discover, we find out again today, Sexy Gary, 3rd time's the charm, the winner of our 2025 Sexiest Dad in Rochester. He is the proud new owner, will be, of a $500 watch from our friends at Heritage Jewelers. I am also very impressed with the confidence of the men in Rochester.
Oh.
Because it's not easy putting yourself out there.
No.
Right? And not only did these guys do it, they did it to be voted on.
Yes.
It's not just putting a picture up. It's like, we're going to find out where you land.
A lot of exposure there.
Right? Like, you guys did it. I'm proud of you guys.
Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, you're all sexy dads.
Pat's giving you all the seal of approval.
That's right. Now, good luck with those, how did you put it? Wall rubbers.
Yeah. Lip curlers.
Shut
No.
up.
We're done.
Let's
No
take,
more.
Do some brat squats.
let's take a break. Guy with a dynamite clipper.
Who's that?
Josh Allen.
Oh, yeah.
Great pins, too. Those wheels roll.
Oh, yeah. That's a California clipper right there.
Josh Allen is here. Josh Allen finishing up the final day of Bills OTAs today.
Yeah, what's going on?
Nothing's going on, but it's what we discovered earlier this week about his wedding.
Oh, what happened? What went down?
Well, yeah, so it was very private.
Yeah.
There were paparazzi there. And there's a reason why we have not heard a damn thing about it, because we discovered from one of the lamest guys ever, and that's a compliment, he had to sign something.
Oh, he did?
To go, and we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You wouldn't realize it till now.
What's that?
But if you were in this situation, it would make things uncomfortable for like weeks after.
Oh.
Because you're about to hear one man try to describe something, answer a question politely, that he's not allowed to describe.
Oh.
And it seems yesterday we found out the reason why, Kimmy, folks who went to this had to sign a piece of paper.
Yeah, what?
Yeah,
why is this so
that's-
secret?
And
I don't
guess
get
that
it.
makes sense.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So the Bills wrap up mandatory mini camp today.
Yeah.
But, all the
I
talk.
think yesterday.
Was it? Yeah, I
I
thought
think
it was.
yesterday was the last day.
Was it?
They might still be there. I don't know.
Okay,
But I
it doesn't
think-
matter. Well, it's going to be done soon if it's not already done.
Okay.
But the big talk over the last 2 weeks was Josh Allen getting married.
Yeah, sure.
And the amount of Bills that were there and the paparazzi photos.
I mean, it's
that
a
we
social
saw.
event of the year.
You got it. And we've heard almost nothing about it. In
Yeah.
fact, when Bills coach Sean McDermott was asked about the wedding earlier this week, this is what he said.
I was very grateful to be there. Number one, two, it was what you would expect of a wedding. Great to see, and two really special families coming together.
What we would expect as a wedding?
Next, we won't get into maybe what you would expect.
He laughs like George W. Bush.
Yeah, he did.
Now, Sean McDermott being very careful with his words
Yeah,
Yes.
very careful.
and super
And
vague.
he usually is, but that was like, I'm going to say the most base thing
Yes.
because I don't know what I can say.
So
That's
it
what it sounded like to me.
Turns out there's a reason.
What's that?
Yeah. There were reports
Yeah.
that Josh and Haley had their guests sign non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, agreements that you would not discuss anything, take pictures of anything that happened at the wedding.
It's so weird because they're not very controversial people.
No.
So I don't get it.
Okay, so
Like to be this buttoned up about probably a fairly tame wedding.
well, first off, the fact that NDAs had to be signed means that offensive lineman Deion Dawkins will absolutely be getting sued.
Yes.
There's no question about
Yeah.
that. But the reason may have shown up yesterday. It looks like Josh and Haley sold the exclusive rights to their wedding to like a magazine or a website.
That makes sense.
Could you Google that for me? Because
So
I
the
saw it.
images are all sold.
Yes, because it said Josh had put up something on his Instagram. He and his wife now combined.
Yeah.
Like, see our wedding in blah, 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 blah,
So
blah.
it could be like in Vogue or something like that.
I don't think it was that big. I didn't recognize the
All right.
magazine. But it looks like they sold the rights,
The rights
to
to
it.
okay.
Which, by the way, great way to pay for a wedding.
But I can't even talk about it.
Well, because if you give out the details,
Oh.
I mean, every Bills fan is now going to rush to read this article and look at the official
And it's got to be
pictures.
the lamest, man.
I don't know,
Because
man.
nothing spectacular happened. It just sounds like two rich kids got married at Oak Hill would be about the equivalent.
You got a bunch of football players.
There were some famous people there.
And, like, bro, think
They
about
put
that.
all players in what it was like when you had the 76 Cowboys coming in with bags of Coke and hookers.
Yeah, I'm sorry there can't be
And
bags
that was
of
the priest.
who was on the 76.
Yeah,
Cowboys?
yeah.
Okay.
No, he was just, doing this.
He was a punter and
Yeah.
the priest.
No, but you know what I'm saying? They're lame-os now. These kids are pretty lame.
They're not as lame
Well,
as you think.
I don't
They're
know if
pretty-
they're that
Did you
lame or
not
if they're,
see-
again, just really, really good at making sure
Yeah.
they stay private.
yeah,
you know?
I mean, they're mature.
Did you not see the video of Stephon Diggs that we shared with you last week? Okay, Gage has got it.
Yeah.
Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. Bose Society is the name of the publication or the
Oh.
group. It's actually Haley Steinfeld's publishing company.
Oh, so
okay.
they're going to put out all her images.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's going to make money off it that way.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it is weird.
Kind
that
of that kind of looks cheap.
Why?
Why?
I mean, you're both
I think
bazillionaires.
it
and
looks
now you're selling
extremely
your,
exclusive.
Yeah, but I mean, like it looks chintzy because you're already rich, and it looks like you don't have any class.
No, that looks like a club that you can never get into, in my opinion.
No, but why are you selling your images?
Why give away money?
Yeah.
Because you've got it all
And again,
already.
like it keeps it.
Aren't you the
keeps
one that says nobody can have enough money?
to a point.
By the way,
To a point.
it keeps you in control of your own image, and that's
All
their
right.
goal.
Great point. Do you think you guys could go to an NDA wedding?
No,
It
I
would
got too
be.
big of a
it-
mouth. I'm
I
gonna come and tell you everything I saw immediately.
would want to. It would be really hard to keep your mouth shut, though.
I wouldn't. I mean, I guarantee I won't.
You know, it's funny. Like the word, the non-disclosure agreement was something we did not know about until what the first Trump presidential election.
Okay.
Like that's when it became like a real like worldwide aware of thing. I am with you because like there are people that will sign NDAs about jobs, things like that, and they don't say anything publicly.
Yeah.
But they have to be
And
privately
by the way,
telling.
do they ever hold up in court?
Yeah, they do.
I mean, like where somebody spilled the beans and they sued.
Yes.
And
Oh,
what
I think
happened?
so.
Those
They
people
got money?
Yeah, those people are liable to pay damages for it.
I don't remember any. I don't remember seeing some celebrity suing somebody that came to their party or whatever, and they got money.
Well, I mean, we're only thinking of the highest of
Well,
highest
well, yeah, well,
celebrities.
Yeah.
well, who else would do
No,
it?
there are companies that work with sensitive information
Oh.
that make you sign NDAs.
I can see a company maybe because they got a bank of lawyers to come after your ass.
No, but I mean, but so do rich people,
Well,
celebrities. I mean, it's this. I guess it would be the same thing, even if you couldn't get money based on what somebody said. Like for example, we live in a right to work state in New York.
Right.
There are companies that will make employees sign. What do you call that thing? Where you can't get a job
Oh,
somewhere.
yeah,
non-competes.
non-compete.
Non-competes. Those are illegal in New York State, but there are still lots of companies that make them sign non-competes. So the fear is that you're going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
It's we're going to drag you through court and
Yeah.
bankrupt you.
I hope this doesn't ruin for your daughters future documentaries, because I like all these dirty documentaries about stuff that went on that people didn't know what happened at the time, and now they spill their guts.
Do you think it's possible that the documentaries you love to talk about are the reason why people are making
Yeah.
folks
Yeah, but I
sign
don't.
NDAs now?
But that's an American thing I don't want to lose.
Do NDAs
Dirt.
expire? Because I do feel like I've seen documentaries where people initially did sign an NDA,
Yeah.
but they must somehow find a way to get out of it because they're talking about it.
Good.
Look, again, it does sound insane that it's even legal when we're
Yeah.
not talking about like protected
Right.
property.
Yeah.
Songs and
Cut a
Right.
cake and
technology.
dance.
Exactly. I don't know. I mean, look, the woman wanted to use it in her way.
All right.
And
Why
I
would
guess
you
like
not?
an
That's her
NDA
right.
could be pretty interpreted differently or worded differently. Like it could just be they didn't want anybody putting photos out.
Yeah.
By the way, may not be like you can't talk about this. It could just be, hey, please don't share anything on social media until we say so.
You just did the JO motion in regards to Josh and Haley reportedly making people sign non-disclosure agreements to go to their wedding. Let me ask you a question.
Two lame ass people.
Your stepson got married a couple years ago.
Yes.
And I was fortunate enough to be invited to the wedding.
Yeah.
I mean, Kimmy, it was a great ceremony.
Yeah, sounded like fun.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. What,
Let's make it about me now.
well, no, I
I
brought
mean,
it
I
up.
invited you to my wedding. Just saying.
Yeah, and I
I
what
also
did I
didn't
say?
get invited to your wedding.
What I say? Your wedding was the best I've ever
Yeah,
been
yeah,
to.
I'm just
Class all the way through.
Cool.
And I don't get any credit for that.
What I'm getting at is
Yeah.
your stepson, with all due respect, great guy.
Hmm?
Lame.
He's
He's
quiet kid.
straightforward,
Oh,
good
yeah.
dude, doesn't
Yeah.
and nothing controversial.
wife the same way.
If your wife found out that if you put pictures of your stepson's wedding on
Yeah.
social media
Yeah.
and her son was being like made fun of in any way, just doing standard wedding stuff, you don't think your wife would flip the F out?
All I would do is move out.
Okay. So, like, your wife is a regular person with a son who's a great kid who doesn't do anything controversial. And if someone's like, oh, nice collar, jackass,
But she would be overreacting
she
to
would burn.
nothing.
Oh, so you would say that to her face?
Of course. Not her face directly.
No.
I would say it in here, not non-directly.
Uh-huh.
I would
Off
sign
mic.
a non-directly agment to talk, but not
Non-directly
directly to her.
Like you said.
Yes, I know,
Okay,
but-
so then that's the reason why these things exist.
I get it, but who cares?
Your wife.
I know, but who cares? Who really cares? That's
Who
why
really cares?
Nobody cares.
You know, your wife cares.
1,000 years from now, 100 years from now, nobody's going to care about any of this
I
So
stuff.
agree.
I've seen just bringing it back to like the average person's wedding. I've seen people like bridesmaids or people like family members put out the picture of the bride's dress on social media before the groom even sees it.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like where they're taking a fun video of everybody getting ready and oh, here's the bride. Oh wait, she hasn't walked down the aisle yet.
Oh, no.
I've
you
seen
saw that
people like
dress,
have
it's
to,
over.
Yeah, like hey, can you please delete that Instagram post or that story?
I do find it funny, too. He's making fun of that
Yeah.
tradition. With the amount of relationships and marriages that have gone south, maybe any tradition for you to latch on to is a good tradition. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
I get the feeling we're going to have a fight, not between us here,
Okay.
because whenever you say dirt bike and ATV, people flip out.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Jackassing.
City of Rochester Police Department out there again doing special detail, trying to bring
Really?
these things in. They're doing it almost like on a bi-weekly basis.
Yeah.
But there is an idea coming west of us that folks here in Rochester saw and want implemented here.
Like another town's pulling.
Yeah, just west. And baseline sounds like a great idea
Well, let's do it.
until you figure out how the hell you're going to enforce it and where else it may have to be enforced.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. When there's an issue, there is no such thing as a bad idea when you are brainstorming. And folks still see the ATV dirt bike situation in the city as a big-time issue.
It's out of control.
There's now a new idea to combat these off-road, on-road vehicles. An idea that folks want implemented in the city of Rochester. An idea that it seems maybe nobody thought all the way through.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We will jump right into it. The Rochester Police Department continues to run special details to catch the ATVers and the dirt bikers while the weather gets nice. Like last week, they wrote some tickets, took in some more machines, doing what they can.
Gotcha.
But a new idea to combat this problem may be brewing in the state Senate. If this law is passed, it would ban the sale of ATVs in areas where it's illegal to ride them.
Yeah, but how does that stop anything?
Well, for example, in places like the city of Rochester and the city of Buffalo, which has had the same issues we've had, no one in the city of Rochester would be legally allowed to buy an ATV. And the idea is, Tommy, it cuts down on the dirt bikes available to the folks who want to use them dangerously. So this has gotten huge support in Buffalo.
Okay.
That support has moved east towards us. And folks now think this would be a major blow to the ATVers in the city. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Thoughts on your idea, Tommy?
Well, I mean, how does that stop from me still getting the bike into the city? Yeah, I'm just not buying it in the city. How many dirt bike shops are in the city?
Okay. I mean,
are we just talking? I mean, is that what they're trying to eliminate? Is like a business that sells dirt bikes and scooters and stuff like that?
Okay, so no, I think it would be illegal no matter where you bought it to buy it if you lived in the city of Rochester.
So if you're a city resident, you can't legally buy a dirt bike in Monroe County?
So I don't know.
But that would be a little different.
I feel like that'd be hard to.
But they're already doing illegal I mean, I don't think they care.
What are you talking about?
I mean, if I'm already jackassing around on a Thursday night on my dirt bike, do I care if I got this illegal?
Okay, so let's say it is just you can't sell them within the city of Rochester, and I think the reason this has caught such fire here in Rochester, we found out that there were businesses that were selling other things in the city that transformed into ATV.
Got into the dirt bike game.
According to the cops,
right.
there was one place they shut down that was selling cell phones, and all of a sudden they started selling dirt bikes and ATVs. So,
cell phones and cycles.
I'll be honest with you. Logically, you're right. It's probably just selling them in the city of Rochester, right? Okay, but so your argument is they could just leave the city of Rochester.
They're going to get in.
Okay. Can I ask a stupid question?
Stupid away.
No one's asked this question. Is it actually illegal to operate a dirt bike in the city of Rochester?
So I'm guessing they're not street legal?
Well, no, I understand they're not street legal, right? Like, I can't drive it on the street. You can't drive it on the street in any street, no matter where you are.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Am I breaking any laws if I am in my yard using an ATV or a dirt bike?
Probably not, but that would be a very
tough to.
I understand.
Like Kimmy's house.
I mean, you wouldn't have much room, but I don't see why it would be illegal to have it on your own property.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, there are the rare city homes in some strange neighborhoods that have, decent sized yards.
You would probably get busted still because of the noise.
Okay.
So probably still it's too loud.
Is that? I mean, does anybody know? Is it illegal to operate an ATV off of the road in the city? Because here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say I live in Hilton and I got neighbors and my kid's got an ATV. Well, that's got noise.
Yeah, but I guess you're out in a distance. You got a little space.
Well, no, but you're assuming that they have a farm. I'm talking about like there are kids in neighborhoods.
Yeah,
with
you got a
backyards.
regular track house.
And they put up like hills and stuff and they'll climb over them or whatever. Like, what's the difference?
Nothing really.
I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because maybe there is something we don't know here, 252 WCMF. Like, is there a law, rule, policy, whatever in the city of Rochester that says you cannot own a dirt bike ATV at all? Because that would throw a major wrench into this.
Yeah.
Right? Like, all right, 252 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second. There are folks waiting patiently.
Okay.
Again, the new idea in the state Senate, a potential bill, would outlaw selling ATVs and dirt bikes in the city of Rochester. Gino's on CMF. Hey, Gino, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, brother. What do you got?
I was just thinking, hey, I'm an AQ guy, by the way. But just thinking, if you ban the dirt bikes and motorcycles in the city, that's not going to stop anyone from going out, stealing them, buying them from somewhere else. It makes absolutely no difference. It's a complete waste of time.
No, I agree with you. I think Gino.
And he's an AQ guy.
AQ guy's very bright, like Gino.
Oh, yeah.
No, Gino, I think the idea is not shutting it down completely, just like cutting off easier access.
Yeah, but what's the difference? You can go anywhere else and go get one, steal one. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money.
Look, I agree with you, right? But again,
it's another obstacle to slow it down a little
yes,
bit.
yeah, and when you're brainstorming, there is no bad idea, Gino. Okay, so all right,
It's another roadblock.
Gino, here's the thing. I agree with you. So then, Gino, you have the floor, and you are an AQ guy. You said it. How do you stop it? Go.
Don't stop it. Let them go wild. I love that stuff.
Okay, but man, look.
That's so AQ, you man.
I mean, look, Gino. As much as I do think it's overblown,
it's dangerous.
It is dangerous. I mean, people have gotten hurt. More people are going to get hurt. You can't just let them go.
Especially kids.
I don't know. Build a public track then.
Okay, let's talk about that. Gino, thanks
Wait,
for the call,
a dirt
buddy.
track for the kids to race?
We have talked about this. Yeah.
So, no, I do think that if
like
you're
a
have a
motocross
space
track.
for it.
Yes, if you're going to stop this, you have to get more creative, right? You can't arrest everybody because they're hard to catch. There really isn't a way to know how many of these are on the street, where most of them are coming from, who has them. I do think, to Gino's point, maybe the best idea is to just embrace it.
But nobody has done that. Like
Exactly.
what city has a motocross track for kids? Because it's super dangerous.
Well, it's dangerous. It's probably hard space-wise, too, in any city to find like an area to make that happen.
Well, let's
right?
say you convert
need
it
a
a park.
pretty significant amount of room.
Oh, I disagree. Okay, so a park, you're thinking too small.
No, I'm saying like you could. Well, you need acreage to make a dirt track.
Okay, I mean, look, we've taken calls in the past from people who suggested taking old parts of Kodak Park or other industrial areas. I mean, look, man, you get down in certain areas off Mount Reed. I'm just thinking off the top of my head.
You got space, yeah.
You have the space to do this, to turn it into an ATV dirt bike park.
But it's so. Motocross racing is super as dangerous.
So let's talk about that. I'm sorry, Kimmy. I just want to get through this.
Come down to Paralysis Park.
Paralysis, is that what you were going
Paralysis.
First,
we couldn't afford all those words.
To Tommy's question, one, could the city pull this off from a cost and legal standpoint? Because the liability would be a fortune.
I don't think they could.
But then again, they did build that skate park, and the liability on that seems pretty bad.
Wiping out on a skateboard and wiping out on motocross, two different wipeouts.
I agree with you, but I'll counterpoint you there. Wiping out in a dirt bike track where everybody is there to do dirt bike is a hell of a lot different than wiping out on the corner of Dewey and Lexington.
But they're not liable for that.
And the second question, would folks who have ATVs and dirt bikes prefer to use that over just rolling down the street? Like, do these folks that have the dirt bikes and ATVs, are they doing this because they just want to enjoy them, or are they doing it because they want to look badass?
And it's also a thrill of getting one over the cops and the chasing. That's where the fun is.
I think also, I'm sorry, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We are underestimating how many people are using these as a simple mode of transportation.
Yeah, I mean, if you, that's what I was going to say.
Sorry.
Is, I think you're assuming this is all just kids jackassing, and I've seen people on these go by, and they're not kids. They're like 40, 50-year-old dudes, some of them riding around on these bikes, where I'm like, that may be more of a transportation thing than a let's go, jump off ramps kind of thing.
Okay. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, there is a bill being kicked around in the state Senate to help with the ATV and dirt bike issues, not only here in Rochester, but in Buffalo and Syracuse. The law would say it would be illegal to sell dirt bikes and ATVs in places where it's not legal to operate them. So we had asked, is it actually illegal to own a dirt bike, ATV, operate them in your yard in the city?
Yeah.
Bryant writes us, if they have plates and are registered for street use, tires that are not road dirt, they can have them. Is that true? We've heard that, and then we've heard people say that.
So
we always
plates,
get
no
different
knobbies.
takes on that.
You can't have knobbies.
Are we sure?
You would think you'd see it more.
Yeah, because all I would have to do is go down to the DMV.
Right.
Yeah, but that also takes time and money, and you got to have the right tires in. So that means you got to take the knobbies out, put on street tires. It's work.
Could you stop saying knobbies? That's making me very uncomfortable.
Oh, knobbies?
Donald writes us on Instagram, take away dirt bikes won't do anything. Guns and drugs are illegal, and those are still everywhere. Lock these people up, not give them a slap on the hand. You're going to lock somebody
Lock
up
for a dirt bike?
Well, I mean, that's just it. Like,
under the wheelie laws?
Look, I get the frustration. I do.
Yeah.
I understand the frustration, but how do you justify locking somebody up
You
for...
can't. This is the same thing in the 50s and 60s when kids were stealing cars and drag racing.
Yeah, but I mean, that's also happening now.
Right, but I mean, they've never... There's every generation has found a way to have summer fun with vehicles, right?
I mean, there's been a lot of time, money, effort that has gone into stopping this. Folks in the city say it's not enough. I mean, there needs to be a new angle. So it can't be, lock them up.
Yep.
If you don't think the dirt bike park would work.
I don't think you could feasibly pull it off.
Okay. Give me another idea then.
Cancel summer.
No.
Seed the clouds, dreary summer.
Seed the clouds. We're going down a road I don't want to go
Dreary
down.
summer.
Are you ready?
I
for
don't
the
think.
summer?
Yeah,
No.
I don't think you probably can stop.
You have to do something.
Yeah, but it's all window dressing. It's just to show that we're doing something.
No, look, it is naive to say there is nothing you can do.
There's nothing we can do.
No, there is something.
To stop it, or at least slow it down.
Slow it down. I mean, like to the
Well, a
point.
lot of those ideas you just said will slow it down some.
Okay, but see, the problem with the idea of not selling them in places where they're not legal. Where else in Monroe County are technically ATVs not legal to own where people own them? Because, like, I'm sure there are people that are hearing this going, this is a great idea, not realizing they have a dirt bike or ATV that maybe they're not allowed to have either. And that's what I mean. Like, once you start taking the ability away from folks that live in the city, you may be surprised to find out that it infringes on your ability to have these things.
Yeah.
Or people.
It affects me.
Exactly. And I know that is the most selfish, stupid way to do policy, but you don't want it to affect you when it's not doing the same thing in this situation here. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because, in that neighborhood I lived in Webster, there was that one rich kid, the Soprano house.
Yeah, yeah.
And he had, like, all the cool stuff. He had a dirt bike. He had, like, a regular, like, fast go-kart like you would see, like, these kids do on tracks and stuff. Mm-hmm. And he'd run it around the neighborhood and up and down the street and through, like, a little trail back there and stuff. But nobody ever copped an attitude on the kid. So I didn't even know if that was legal or not.
It's not. I mean,
don't
and
think
look,
so.
and Kimmy, I mean, to your point, you saw this when you were growing up out in Hilton.
You had to see a ton of it.
Well, I mean, I lived in like a housing tract, and there were kids there was a couple houses of kids that had these things that would ride them through backyards and stuff, and it drove everybody crazy. But it was like this one strip of land where nobody kind of knew who owned it, so they just did what they wanted.
And, like, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I get it. Like, I want those kids to be able to go have fun.
Some summer fun.
Yeah, like we did when we were kids, just like,
Like we did last summer.
Just like when people say, lock these folks up on the bikes. Like, if it's kids, like, I get it. They're just they're pushing boundaries.
How long
man.
do you think you're going to lock a kid up on a dirt bike charge? But he's not going to be out by the weekend.
Well, as long as you want. I mean, if you change the law, you can lock them up as long as you want.
But then you would have to adjust all those laws.
Understood, but that's what people want to do. That's how desperate they are right now to stop this. So, again, if you got a better idea than city dirt bike track, I'd like to hear it.
Okay. There you go.
Gino, AQ guy, he was right the whole time. He was right the whole time. All right, let's take a break.
All right, what are we doing?
You're going to hear about a crime you have not heard in a long time.
Oh, old school?
Well, this used to require a mirror and a rubber band.
Mirror and a rubber band.
Oh, we're talking 1950s, buddy.
Oh.
Yeah. But today, there's more technology.
Come on.
And where this guy is accused of doing this, oh, my God. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. New York State has some big-time sporting events.
Oh, yeah.
We've hosted the PGA Championships, Ryder Cups right here in Rochester. We've had the Olympics up in Lake Placid, World Series all downstate, Stanley Cup Finals in Buffalo, New York. But an annual event, one of the most important this sport has, right down the thruway, ended in an arrest at what had to be the most embarrassing moment of this man's life.
So they got busted?
They got busted.
Like during the event?
At least according to the allegations.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. It doesn't get more exciting than the Belmont Stakes.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Big drinking affair.
Yes, it is. One of the Triple Crown, if I'm not mistaken.
But they didn't run it at Belmont.
Exactly. Because of renovations at Belmont this year, it was even closer to us at the historic Saratoga Raceway.
Oldest track in America.
But this story has nothing to do with horse racing.
What happened?
At this major event, there was a man who folks in the crowd say was acting suspicious.
Suspicious?
Mm-hmm. Upon further investigation, people realized, at least according to the allegations, he was filming up women's skirts.
In the stands?
No.
Or
So-
where
Down on-
was he?
Probably down on the paddock area where you're standing along the rail.
I think it was like out front where like all the drink carts and stuff are. Not like where the track is, like out in the lobby, I guess outside area.
Yep.
So, authorities say the 34-year-old man,
He's doing up the skirt photos.
yes, was using a hidden cell phone to do this walking through the crowd.
Yeah.
And after several people realized what allegedly was going on, they alerted authorities. While that was happening, a different attendee caught him doing it and called him out
Right there.
in the crowd. This is according to police. That led to chaos.
Okay.
I'm going to quote the story. You ready? Quote, when confronted by the citizen, the suspect allegedly became physically aggressive and attempted to choke one of the individuals.
Damn.
Now he's choking guys.
Yes.
Now he's choking guys. He was arrested, the 34-year-old, charged with felony unlawful surveillance, criminal mischief, and obstruction of breathing, which are three things that don't normally go together.
Yeah, it's true.
You know what I mean? Like if that was a hand in poker, you're losing. He's got a court date at the end of the month. So, Tommy, if you were at this race and you saw this go down, it would have to be a surreal experience.
I would be shocked. Like in this day and age, somebody's doing that.
Okay, Kimmy.
And especially an adult.
30-something too.
34, yeah.
34.
You want to see girls' panties.
You grew up with the internet.
Yes.
This doesn't seem like you need to do this.
Well, I mean, panties standard. Maybe you get lucky.
Okay.
And that's what I mean. Like, you're going to get a whole lot of spanks. It's not going to be what you think it is.
Very disappointing.
You'd be surprised what we do to, like, lock it up down there. So, there's a lot of material. A lot more material than you think.
Also, like, again, this is terrible. But past that, you know, spanks and panties, which is one of my favorite morning shows.
Yeah.
Let's say you do get, quote, lucky.
Okay.
And you get a straight-up bear cooter, right?
Yeah.
From that angle, it's going to look like a monster movie.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, it's not good. Is that attractive? An underneath bear moving cooter.
It's just got to be, I guess, the thrill of like doing something that nobody knows you're doing.
It's a peeping Tom, basically.
Okay.
It's voyeurism, right?
Like,
all right.
On a low
probably
scale.
not going to see anything really.
You're going to see ass cheeks. Most you're going to see is ass cheeks.
Maybe he's an ass man.
Could be.
Could be a Spanx man.
And legs and ass.
Pins and
clippers.
clippers.
And clippers, yeah.
My second favorite morning show.
Pins and clippers.
You got it. All right, so let me ask you guys this question.
What?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. As we talk about this man allegedly taking upskirt videos at the Belmont Stakes at the Saratoga Raceway a couple of weeks ago. Kimmy, do you look at something like the Belmont Stakes as a classy event?
Yeah. I mean, I've never been, but I just picture it like the Derby, like the Kentucky Derby, right? Like everybody wears something nice.
Yeah, they're all
a
dressed
little
up.
fancy, kind of like that same vibe.
Okay, but there is this weird catch-22 at like the Derby, Belmont Stakes, you know. Yes, it's classy and everyone gets dressed up, but everyone also drinks to the point where they can't stand
I mean,
anymore.
it's
And they're
a party.
drinking hard.
Yeah.
They're drinking hard stuff early in the day.
So I can't tell if this is something you'd be at where everyone would be like, oh, my God, like their monocles would fall out of their eyes, or if this is like, hey, you send me that text when you're done with it. You know what I mean? Like
That's true. You might be so drunk you don't even notice what the guy's doing.
Okay, maybe that's why he thought he was in the right spot. I got to say, granted, if these allegations are true, this 34-year-old guy, he was not making good decisions in the first place, choking someone is probably the worst thing you could have done.
Yeah, because you just escalated the whole situation.
Well, past
and
that.
And added to more misery.
Past that, like let's say he had these videos on his cell phone looking up women's skirts, and you get arrested for choking someone out. They're going to find those videos.
Yeah.
Right.
We're not here to help guys get away with this. But, Kimmy, you'd think the smartest
Doesn't
thing...
make much sense.
Just run!
Doesn't benefit you, buddy.
Run with the phone.
Yeah.
Shatter it as hard as you can while you're running.
Yeah, let a horse stomp on it. Throw it on the track.
Let a horse stomp on it?
Yeah.
Tommy, the person who confronted the alleged upskirt filmer, the one that ended up getting allegedly choked, good move on their part?
So this wasn't a cop.
No, this is someone who caught him doing it to somebody.
But not like associated with any of this stuff.
No, just somebody while they were.
But
what are you doing over
But that's
there?
who's probably going to do something about it because that's going to be the first person who sees it, right?
And I think we do have to ask, to be fair,
Yeah.
what percentage of men would have the patience, self-control? Let's say they
To
witness.
go get somebody.
Well, yeah, like let's say you watch this happening to your wife. This guy's trying to look at your
then
wife's
you
spanks.
then there's a fight breaking out.
Okay, so I mean, give me a percentage, Tommy, of men that could resist the urge to confront a man trying to videotape his wife's spanks.
Oh, every guy has to do something.
Okay, so you would do something.
Or you'd have to.
Hey,
Hey,
hey, cut it out! Please stop.
But let's say you're just with a bunch of guys.
Okay.
You went to the track that day.
Yeah.
You see this goofball pulling that.
I
move.
wouldn't call him a goofball. I wouldn't
Well,
say
let's
that.
just say you see this.
Oh, he's just joking. He's just goofing with the spanks and the cooters.
But let's say you're just hanging out and, a bunch of drunk girls over there having some fun, and he's going over there and doing that.
Yeah. I tell someone I'm not going to confront him.
Right. You're not going to run up like same way with the
Oh,
same.
I think guys would because you're going to look like a hero.
No, most guys are going to sit there and laugh.
I
I'm
don't
not
think
laughing.
So. I don't think so.
I'm telling somebody. I'm not going to. You're right. If it's somebody else's.
You're just there with your buddies.
Yes,
you
no,
have
I got the
connection to
scenario.
no connection.
No connection. I'm telling somebody.
You're a couple drinks in.
Again, there is nothing you can further say.
I ain't doing nothing.
But you're also a coward and a bitch.
I mean, I might laugh at the situation.
I wouldn't do that.
By the way, you're going to look like a bitch if you laugh, point it out to your buddy who you're with, and that guy goes over and actually does something about it.
Somebody in that.
I'm fine with that.
Somebody in that group of four is going to go, what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Have you seen the people we hang out with?
Yes, even those people. Because those guys that you think are scumbags, which are scumbags.
One of our buddies may know that guy. Oh, that's Ted. That's what he does. He sells them online.
But what's funny about this guy that ends up getting choked out according to the situation, I think this
choked out at the racetrack.
This is also a lesson for every man that wants to handle business when his girlfriend feels violated. In getting physical with this guy, there is no guarantee that it's going to go well for you.
No.
Because you could end up in a situation where not only did this man allegedly take a video up your wife's skirt, he then kicked your ass in front of a crowd full of people.
You don't do this for a living, so maybe don't step in.
Yeah, this isn't the Karate Kid where you're going to win in the end. You can't kick the guy in the forehead and then he hands you a trophy as the cops drag him off.
I can see the wanting to confront this person right away because you'd be afraid that if you go to tell somebody, well, then you don't know where he went and you didn't catch him in the moment, so he can just say, oh, I wasn't doing that. What are you talking about? You didn't see anything. So if you're catching him right then and there, I can understand how you'd get caught up in the moment.
Understood.
So did he have the phone? Like he was just reaching underneath. Did he have it on his shoe?
I don't have any details as to how he was
there's
doing
only two ways
it.
you could do that,
It
right?
would have to be so obvious.
Well,
like either reach around or have it tied to your shoe,
Please
like
say,
the old mirror.
Please say he was doing it. He had a secret cell phone. That's all I know. That's all I know. So maybe he could have also had a bag. He was just like
still.
Yeah, that's think of the bag.
By the way, I realized.
Oh, that one on the stick. Hey, hi, girls.
That'd be pretty obvious.
The selfie stick.
yeah. Hello.
Also, I've never done it. I realized when I said probably the bag that it made it sound like I've done this before. I've never done this.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this 34-year-old man arrested at Saratoga Raceway during the Belmont Stakes. They were running him there this year because of construction going on down at Belmont. The 34-year-old man was arrested after police say he was using a hidden cell phone walking through the crowd filming up women's skirts. When people figured out what he was doing, they went to the authorities to report him. While that was happening, somebody else noticed he was doing it, confronted him. He then, according to police, choked that man out. He's been charged with several things, including a felony unlawful surveillance. All right, so when we started this break, you laughed because we haven't heard upskirt anything in forever.
Right.
Since the 1950s.
Yes.
You said it. Mirror on the shoe.
Yeah.
Which, can I sidebar?
What?
How did anyone get away with that?
That seems pretty obvious.
Well, I've only seen it in movies, so I don't really know.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Do you just... Is there something we're missing where you could have a mirror on your shoe?
You'd have an excuse for that?
Not for a long time.
Okay. All right. Are there people taking upskirt videos? Like, is this more common and we just don't
there's
catch
porn that sells. there's porn sites that sell this stuff.
That's not, that's not real, right?
I know what I'm saying, but they're still, I understand it, but they're into it.
No,
like,
I know,
there's
I
guys
understand.
that look at that and get off on
You're not going to believe it, Kimmy. There are these guys, they drive around a bus, and these chicks just bang them when they get in there.
It's amazing. These girls are like right there on the corner.
How do they keep finding all these girls that'll get in a van, they're all smoking hot with fake breasts and have sex with them in
It's
the
got to
van?
be L.A. in the humidity.
I mean, skirts aren't common enough with women in public anymore.
Right.
Nobody dresses like a lady anymore.
It's not what I'm saying.
It's not.
They're all wearing their Spanx.
Yes, probably. But it's not your standard like everyday wear for most people, unless you have to wear a skirt to work or something. But I can't even think of a lot of people that do that anymore.
Like outside of a wedding or a funeral,
Yeah.
you're right. You're not going to see
Yeah, it'd
Kimmy.
have to be
I
like
got to
a
head down to the track.
formal event of some sort.
But that's just it, right? Like the Belmont Stakes, if he's into this, must have been this guy's Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, because all these women are dressed in skirts, all dressed up like they're going out.
Exactly. I can't think of a single place outside wedding, funeral. Because even work, Kimmy, three-quarters of the women are going to be in pants.
That's what I mean.
Right?
Even that's uncommon.
Like, can you think of another place where you would go where there would be so many women in skirts, it would even be, and I say this again, worth it? Not like, oh, yeah, like risk versus reward.
Maybe a nightclub.
Yeah, still though.
Dark
I don't
in there.
know.
You got to keep getting the strobe light like over the lens.
Oh, yeah, kind of ruin it.
Do women wear Spanx to nightclubs?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's a bigger problem.
Why?
Well, like if you go to the Belmont Stakes, I would assume a lot of women are going with their husbands or boyfriends. That's a couples event.
Yeah.
Right? So like your husband, boyfriend watched you put the Spanx on.
Yep.
Right? Which is funny because it's like she's going scuba diving.
Yeah.
When you go to a nightclub and you're out with your girls and you meet somebody and you're going to go home with them.
Well, if you're planning on that, you may change it up.
So you're not wearing Spanx.
Yeah, you may not be wearing Spanx.
But I mean, Kimmy, things happen every once in a while that you don't expect. How do you get out of Spanx in a one-night stand?
You got to put your foot down and pull this way.
I mean, you are really locked into those. Like they. Have you ever? I mean, could you wear? So you wear your leggings when you work out, right? Sometimes.
Yes.
Think of how awkward it is getting out of those.
Oh yeah, if you get Pat home, you got to put one foot down and pull.
Can I?
And if you sweat at all, it's even more difficult.
Yeah, sweaty leggings, which is one of my favorite Catskills comedians. Whenever we open up for Soupy Pockets. I have this problem in the gym all the time.
What's that?
Well,
It's hard to do without like stepping on them and doing like a funny dance wiggle to get out of them.
okay, so that's a thing, but that I can handle.
Yeah.
Look, they're soaking wet because I've been sweating, right?
Yeah.
So like to get out of them, I have to start, at my waist
And push down?
pull all the way down to the point where I'm like bent over, like
Yeah.
fully exposed.
Yeah.
There's always guys in the gym.
Yeah.
And then I have to, while down there, like individually grab like where it starts and pull them out. It is just like, hey, everybody, here's my butthole for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
It's like a 5-minute brown eye experience for every guy in there. I feel terrible. Like I haven't done it yet, but I almost want to look at it and be like, guys, you're going to want to turn around.
Can't you go someplace
Look away.
private and do that? Like
Where?
around a corner somewhere?
The locker room is private.
I know, but like I get, maybe they should make a little area for legging
Leg-
boys.
For tight
Leggings,
pants.
Yeah, like butthole corner.
Well, no, they tried to open butthole corner, but you wouldn't leave. No, Kimmy, like, all right, let's run a hypothetical here.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, you go out with your girlfriends.
Yeah.
You're rocking your Spanx.
Yep.
All right, you meet a guy, you're single, you're going home, you weren't planning on it. Is there a way to covertly get out of the Spanx?
I know.
So you wouldn't like.
I'm trying to think. I mean, I guess like if you're wearing a skirt, you could take them off ahead of time, but you'd have to like awkwardly like go to the bathroom or something.
Or
to
get
do
your
that,
foot up on the
and then
dashboard.
figure out a way to like hide them.
Would you let him take them off for you?
I mean, you could. I mean, they are just like shorts in a
No,
way.
no, you said it exactly. Like you
What?
got to wait.
They are. I mean, some of them, like, there are some Spanx they make that, like, suck you in. So,
Yeah.
like, they come up to, like, past your belly button.
No, to her point, there are women in my past that I've been with that they would wear the Spanx to smooth things out. I get it. Look, we all got to feel good about ourselves. Trying to get them out of those things. Because, like, I think there are also times
They're
where
hard
women.
to put on, but I think they're even more difficult to take off.
And, like, in the heat of passion, Kimmy, some women, like, they forget they're wearing them.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
like, now, dress comes off, and it's like, oh, here we go.
All right.
All right, so the moral of the story.
Don't wear Spanx.
No, wear Spanx.
Yeah, no.
Not if you're going to get action.
Okay, that's a
if
good
you think
moral.
you're going to get nailed that night, no Spanx.
Good moral there. You know, they should make crotchless Spanx. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, but that kind of ruins it, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, because I'm getting access.
No, but that's.
Are you sure? There's probably more guys in
Crotchless Spanx?
Yeah, like crotchless panties, except it keeps you sucked in.
Okay.
I mean, they have
But
those.
women probably don't wear that stuff.
What, Spanx?
Like, no, crotchless stuff just out with the girls that
Well,
day.
no, they didn't start crotchless. You just had them for a while.
I don't know what you got down there, darling, but it ate through your panties.
Tell you what it is, a powerful sneeze. So moral one, don't wear Spanx if, as you put it, you're going to get nailed that night. 2, don't take upskirt photos.
Yes.
And 3, don't assume just because someone is doing something bad that you can kick their ass.
Okay.
Because you may have a man that's doing something bad beat the hell out of you in front of a whole bunch of people.
That is true.
All right, let's take a break.
Okay.
A man who's in such good shape, he's never worn Spanx in his life.
Really?
Yeah, that's right. He's going to the nightclub. Bear, buddy. Our good friend, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings. Big things this weekend.
What's going on?
Like, everything has happened this week. It's
Wow.
been like the biggest week of promotions
Yeah.
ever. And Father's Day Sunday.
Oh, I forgot.
Our good buddy, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings, Dan Mason, joins us next in the break room on CMF. Summertime is here.
Yeah, buddy.
I mean, not really, but kind of it's here.
Oh, it's here.
Man, beautiful day. Kimmy and I were out at the ballpark yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, just being super athletes. No big deal.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you haven't been out yet this season, nothing cures anything that is ailing you like a baseball game.
Oh, yeah, put a smile on your face.
And I know a guy who knows a guy
Yeah.
who's got a connection.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF joining us, our good friend from the Rochester Red Wings, general manager, Dan Mason. Mace, how's it going, buddy?
Good morning, guys.
Great to see you.
Great to see you.
Do you own any clothing that doesn't say Rochester Red Wings on it?
I have one shirt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mace, you brought us in some delicious food as you normally do. What am I eating this morning?
Today, you were eating a Black Angus burger.
The American classic.
Yeah.
Did you rip off any red meat? You can't have it.
No, I did.
He did. He picked at it. I saw him.
I pulled some patty.
Pull some patty.
Mm-hmm.
Bro,
Did you put anything on that, or are you just eating it dry?
the meat speaks for itself. It's Black
You're
Angus.
so
Thank
weird.
you.
Thank you. Tell her.
Yeah, but no ketchup, nothing?
Well, there's mustard packets in there.
It's
Yeah.
so good it doesn't need any kind
That's what I'm saying.
It is tasty.
He's absolutely right. If the meat is good enough, it doesn't need any condiment. By the way,
What?
Sounds like it does.
Yeah.
you didn't tell me you were into pulling patties.
Oh, yeah.
I got this new business I'm working on.
Where is it located?
Oh, it's down in the men's room. I got a kiosk in the men's room.
Well, yeah, but what's it called?
It's called, Hey, Tommy, why don't you come in the men's room and pull patty for a little while? And if you're into condiments, I got a secret sauce coming right at you. Sauce, you bitch.
Fireworks tonight.
All right, so Mace, first of all, we were out at the ballpark yesterday. You guys are playing a team you don't normally play, the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp.
Correct. Marlins affiliate. First time we've played Jacksonville since I believe the 1950s.
Wait, seriously?
Yes, they were not a AAA franchise. After COVID, they became AAA again, and this is the first time we've gotten a chance to play them.
So if you want to see a team you've never seen before, that's reason enough to go. Somebody threw out the first pitch yesterday, Kimmy. You were there.
Yeah, I did. I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it. The guy before you nailed it.
Oh, you don't even try to take it away from me. I smoked that thing in there. Smoked it.
It would have been a ball.
In full
Wasn't
uniform.
exactly a strike.
Shot.
But you got over the plate pad, and that's what counts.
It was a great throw. I got to give you credit.
Thank you.
And nobody had painted on pants. Nobody wore painted on pants better.
Painted
than
on
you.
pants.
You had the tightest pants
You did
of
come.
anybody so far this year.
So
Maybe in the last 10
Why are you
years.
wearing
Dress
tight
for
pants?
success.
I wore a full baseball uniform.
Why are they tight?
Well, because baseball pants are tight.
Well, maybe not that.
Wait, so you wore a uniform?
I wore a
he
full
had
uniform.
full on.
By the way, sleeveless
committed.
from 2001. So no sleeves, baseball pants, stirrups, socks. I looked
Belt.
awesome.
Belt.
Belt, got a belt. Thanks for
Now,
that.
if I
Mace.
saw some local low-end DJ out there dressed like a Chippendale douche, you had to feel bad for them.
I'm doing the goblet squats. I'm wearing the baseball pants.
Okay.
How did your wife feel about that? She saw you in them,
She
I'm
was.
guessing.
It really did it for her. She told me
Oh,
last
okay.
night.
All right. Well, that's all that matters.
Did
Yeah,
it
damn
how?
Right. Well, no, she.
Like she changed the locks? Did it how?
Not only did she tell me I look great,
Well, every wife's going to tell you that.
she then did the hearty eye emoji on the video on my
There
Instagram,
you
which you can
go.
watch at
Wow.
Duffy on WCMF. My wife.
Stamp of approval.
I think those baseball pants might be coming out again this weekend, bro.
Look at you.
Yeah, buddy. Okay, so Mace, thank you for everything yesterday. We had a blast. What do we got going on at Innovative Field tonight?
Probably the biggest weekend of the year, just saying.
Oh,
All right.
wow.
Tonight is our tribute to the Negro Leagues. We have 3 former Negro League players coming back. They're going to be signing autographs. We've got a Dusty and Darren Baker bobblehead.
I want one of those
Dual
so bad.
bobblehead.
Okay, so we have to explain.
You know, Dusty Baker, yeah.
His son plays for the Red Wings.
Oh.
Yep.
And was signing autographs in the concourse yesterday.
Yeah, and he'll be signing autographs again on Sunday.
There you
But
go.
First, let's get back to Friday.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, come on.
So Darren and Dusty Baker bobblehead, first 1,000 fans. We've got our intentional walk going. So we're raising money for Challenger Baseball this whole week. We're in the midst of a 24-hour marathon walk.
Wait, somebody's walking nonstop?
Nonstop. Our
Well,
staff
where?
is going to walk. We
Well,
started at we're doing laps around the morning track.
You rotate, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
All
one
night?
guy.
Yeah, all night. All night till 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I got the 5:30 shift tomorrow morning.
Well, you're going to be walking in a... Okay.
Yeah, I started it off at 6 o'clock this morning, and I'm finishing off tomorrow
Okay.
at 5:30.
Challenger Baseball,
Anyways.
very important charity for those who don't know.
Yeah, what is it?
It's for kids in wheelchairs,
Okay.
things like that. They build special baseball
the
fields.
yeah.
Right? And then, so
Okay.
folks with disabilities, they get to go out and play the same game everybody else does.
Nice.
It's harder to do on the grass and the dirt. I think they have one in Webster.
They
do.
It's a beautiful field.
It's
Miracle Field.
It's such a brilliant idea. It's gorgeous. So, yeah, it's a great cause. You were saying, Tommy?
You got all quiet over there.
I still wouldn't do it.
Okay.
All right. Well, others can help out by walking tonight. If you come to the ballpark, you can pay $10 to walk for 10 minutes, and that goes to the cause. And Bruce the Bat Dog will be here tonight.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys heard about Bruce this week.
All right, so there's a couple of things I want to talk about here. Bruce had the greatest moment of his baseball career.
This week.
Yes.
Yes. Got called up to the show.
So he will be a bat dog for the Washington Nationals. Is it tomorrow?
Tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
All right, so there's a lot of things we have to walk through here. All right, so first of all,
We did have some questions.
yes, we
Let's go.
discovered that Major League Baseball does not allow
Yeah.
in-game bat dogs.
Correct.
So he got a call up then to do what?
He's going to do a ceremonial first bat fetch.
Okay.
All right. And then he's going to be available for autographs. And
Get out of my studio. What are you, autographs?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what you call
It's
it.
famous.
Oh, you're gonna back this up?
Yes.
Yes.
You're gonna
Tommy's
side
all
with
for
Mace on
this.
autographs?
I'm pro
Tommy
Paul.
knows. And then he'll be available for selfies with fans at
Oh, cute.
Nats Park. tomorrow.
Okay, so he is going. What is he going to jump on a red eye to get to DC?
He's going to work about 4 or 5 innings tonight,
Okay,
get in his car with Josh.
they're
his owner,
driving.
And he's going to drive to D.C. I think they're going to go all the way to D.C. tonight just to
It's
be
6
ready.
hours.
Yeah, maybe closer to 7.
Okay, but I think the more important question, because we're really happy for Bruce.
Mhm.
This is
Yeah.
fantastic. He's worked
Yeah.
hard for it. You know, Mace, as much fun as you have at the ballpark and the great job that you do at Innovative Field, I think people forget, the guys on that roster, they've been working their whole lives to get a taste of Major League Baseball. And this is you're one step away.
Right.
When some of the ball players found out that the dog got called up to the Nationals,
Yeah.
you can't tell me that, not one of them was like, you got to be effing kidding me right now. Like, there's been a couple of guys that, no, it's their time. They're waiting. They
Well,
keep getting
they don't
passed
fetch
over.
bats.
They could. You gonna tell me there's a guy on that roster that wouldn't put a bat in his mouth for Major League Baseball minimum?
Oh, no, I'm sure 25 of them would do.
Exactly. Like, it's
But-
$780,000.
It's gotta hurt.
But, their time is coming.
Okay.
They know. They're happy for Bruce, just like anytime any of our players get called up. Everybody's
Yeah,
so pumped.
you
Super
go.
pumped.
I'll stay here right now, and I'll keep the place warm for you.
How about the dog comes back, big ass sunglasses,
Oh, yeah.
gold chains? Does the dog have to pay for dinner when he gets back, like the players do?
No, he gets,
Okay.
no, he gets to get in there with the spread for free.
Got you. All right, so
Yeah.
Mace, so tonight, tribute to the Negro Leagues. By the way, I know I got a lot of side questions here. I'm sorry, Dan Mason, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings. Negro Leagues night is great, Tommy, because the folks that they bring in, the guys that played in the Negro Leagues, not only do you get autographs from players that you never see. When I was a kid, Buck O'Neil was who you guys would always bring in. Buck O'Neil was awesome, baseball Hall of Famer. Love Buck O'Neil. He would just sit and talk to my friends, me and my friends, about baseball and what he went through and all the Negro League stuff. And I'm just like some, 9-year-old kid at Silver Stadium. How much longer can you guys do this? Because I would have to think, Tommy.
You're running out of guys
Yeah.
because the league's been out
Absolutely.
dated for so long.
Exactly.
Yeah, most of the guys are in their 80s or 90s, and so that's why we're very lucky to be bringing some of these guys back tonight. So it's going to be a great night. The players will be wearing their Rochester American Giants jerseys, which was Rochester's Negro League team back in the 40s.
Great logo, too. Triangle, RGA.
Oh, okay.
Nerd. Uni nerd stuff. Okay, but Saturday. Oh, I'm sorry.
And Friday, Tommy, guess what we got?
What you got? We
got fireworks
Nice.
tonight.
You know what the craziest part?
What?
Bruce is setting them off.
That's right. No, he'll be gone by then. He's taking off.
Yeah, you have to get the dog away from the fireworks. Everyone knows how this works.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. No,
So-
he's got to get in the car. He's got to be in D.C. by 1 o'clock tomorrow.
So Saturday,
We have a cap giveaway, the first 2,000 fans, and fireworks. And then Sunday, big day.
Oh,
Happy
big
Father's Day, by the
wait,
way.
right back at you, buddy.
Thank you.
Hey, Tommy,
What?
shut up. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So Dusty Baker will be there signing autographs. It's his birthday, by the way.
Wait, Dusty Baker's going to be there on Father's Day?
Father's Day.
I'm going to be there on Father's
Oh
Day.
my God! You got to bring him something.
No, I love Dusty Baker. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The big question that listeners want to know is your dad going to be there
Yeah.
on Father's Day?
Oh, I don't know. It's a great question.
No, because his family's going to be there.
So
That is Lance repellent.
also Dusty Baker signing autographs on Sunday, 11:30 to 12:30.
Awesome.
First 1,000 fans get a free baseball. After the game, you can play catch with Lance on the field. With your kids, you get 3 generations of Duffys out there on the field playing catch. How cool
Wow.
would that be?
Yeah, we do. Well, we have a picture of doing that last year because he was, working with you guys.
Yeah.
You ever watch my old man try and do anything athletic now?
Well, your old man was quite an athlete back in the day.
Was quite an
Well, the
athlete.
guy's
yeah.
in his
So
60s.
was Earl Campbell. Watching my dad try to do something athletic, period, now,
Yeah.
funny. Watching him do it in a plaid jacket, size 62.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But he's he's
No,
got
he's actually lost a bunch of weight. Can I not have my punchlines?
No, I'm enjoying. Okay.
And Father's Day is always my favorite ballpark.
It's a great day at the ballpark.
Can't
Generations, hanging out, watching the American pastime together. It's just beautiful.
And we can come down and play catch in the field after the game.
After the game, and then kids, you can run the bases with the world's fastest mascots, Spikes and Mitzi, after you play catch with your dad.
There you go. All right, so tonight,
6:45. Gates open at 5:15 tonight. Fans. So get there early. Get your Dusty and Darren Baker bobblehead tonight. Tribute to the Negro Leagues, Bruce the Bat Dog, and fireworks. And then tomorrow, cap giveaway and fireworks. And then Sunday, baseball giveaway, Dusty Baker autographs, and play catch with your dad after the game.
Dan Mason, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings. Perfect weekend for ball, and there's so much going on.
Oh, yeah.
Come on! Mace, always a pleasure, buddy.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Of course, anytime. Tommy?
Yes.
We're going to take a break. You love to crap on the West Side.
Yes.
Right? When you don't yourself realize what a wannabe elitist douche you are for your takes on where you live.
Yeah.
There is a situation, someone who lost something.
Oh.
They went back to find it. It was gone.
Of course. Somebody swiped.
Happened on your side of town.
Yeah, some scum.
And I guess the question, Kimmy, becomes, what part of town could you be in where it is most likely that thing gets returned?
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you A question as old as time itself, Tom.
What's that?
Who can you trust more? Folks with money or folks without money? Because this story we have, some folks may hear and think, typical. They may see the town and go, oh, my goodness. But there is a solid argument to be made that you are better off losing something in a place without much.
Oh, really?
Oh, you disagree?
Yes.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9:25, 9:30. It's Friday, you know what that means.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a little creepy.
Yep, Creep Cap coming at you. And Kimmy, the way that cell phones are designed now technologically, it would be almost impossible to do this once. Yet a man who sits across from us 3 times in the last 3 months has done this to me.
This was the worst because I didn't even realize what I did till late.
Well, and here's the thing.
I'm surprised you realized.
When you do this, I'm always terrified something horrible is happening.
But I don't know why it's happening, and it's always I only do it to you.
Yeah, what's up with
But I
that?
don't call you ever.
Ever!
Except with my ass.
We'll get into it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Penfield.
What happened?
Specifically, the Dollar Tree in Penfield.
Oh.
And Tommy, just to be clear, the Dollar Tree is the place where everything used to be $1.
Yeah, but
it's not Dollar General where there's multiple prices. Anyway, a woman went shopping, returned her cart, and wouldn't you know, she left her phone and wallet in the cart without realizing it.
Yeah.
She left,
Yeah.
went back to the store later when she figured out what she had done, and sure enough, phone, wallet, gone.
Oh.
On top of that, there was an unsuccessful attempt by an unknown individual to use the victim's credit card that was in her wallet.
Oh, so they already are on the run.
You got it. No arrests, no suspects,
Yeah.
and a lot of headaches for this poor woman.
Oh, yeah.
So, Thomas, we have a weird side-by-side here.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. On one hand, this happened at the Dollar Tree.
Yeah.
And if someone is shopping at the Dollar Tree, you'd assume that person does not have a lot of money.
Yeah, you shopping low.
You got it. But on the other hand, this Dollar Tree was in Penfield.
Yeah.
And there are people, Kimmy, you can back me up on this, that have money that will use the Dollar Tree to get cheap things like greeting cards, gift bags, office supplies.
Oh, yeah, party supplies. I think like people go to like the one-time use stuff.
You got it.
Yeah.
So in this specific story,
Yeah.
we cannot be sure if this was someone who was busted and took an opportunity, or this is someone that had money that wanted a little more. And that raises the question.
Yeah, what's that, buddy?
Let's say you lose your wallet, Tommy. Are you more likely to get it back intact in an affluent area in the greater Rochester neighborhood or a place that does not have a lot of money?
Oh, I think if it's affluent, yeah, you're going to get your stuff back. But if you lose it in a raggedy area of town, some raggedy ass is stealing it.
Okay, so just to be clear, so
They swiping.
so everyone comes along. When you say affluent, you're thinking a town like
Where I live, Pittsburgh.
Okay, Pittsburgh.
Shone Place.
And when you say
Picturesque.
when you say raggedy, you're thinking a place like
You know, raggedy town.
okay. I need a place so I can picture in my head where we are.
Maybe a suburb by the airport.
Really,
Yeah.
Chile?
Closer to, let's say, Gates. Yeah. A rougher, poorer area of the town.
So if we were to use those two side-by-side towns, you say you are less likely to get your wallet back intact in Gates than you would in Pittsburgh.
I'm amazed. Like, so I remember I lost my sunglasses at Wegmans, and I realized it. I went back inside. I looked around. I couldn't find. They were already at the desk.
Is it possible it's because you wear such stupid, loud, obnoxious stuff nobody was going to wear them?
Some dork gloss or sunglasses.
Listen, they're orange sunglasses. They're really nice.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Would you agree that folks are more likely to get their wallet back intact in an affluent area as opposed to a less socioeconomic place?
I think it has less to do with the affluent area idea and more to do with like what suburb or what area of town do you think has the oldest population?
Oh, so you say the older the population, the more likely
I
you are to
think
get it
that's
back.
where you're going to see more people returning stuff and maybe doing the right thing. Like maybe they could, because they're older, they could be more religious, more
Okay.
of that do the right thing kind of generation.
That's a good take.
Like,
I mean, even the movie Do the Right Thing is 30 years old.
Like I'm thinking, the older set, the older crowd, the older grocery store with the oldest population.
So
Demographic. I'm thinking that's going to be the most likely place to return something.
So Brighton, you're more likely to get your wallet back in Brighton.
Yeah.
Okay.
Going back to what you said.
Yeah.
And again, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The idea that more money someone has makes them less likely to keep that cash is the wrong way to think.
Why?
Money is money, and folks always want more. Now, I understand in this case, it's a
Yeah,
credit.
but there's desperate people.
I see. This is what people like you, and you're not even crackheads,
junkies, alcoholics.
Yeah, you're one of those. You live in Pittsburgh.
Low-end alcoholics, homeless alcoholics.
You think you're a high-end alcoholic?
Well, I'm pretty good.
You don't pay a mortgage.
That keeps me high-end.
You can't afford to get rid of those varicose veins. God, could you not wear shorts ever again?
No, the veins are done. This one's gone.
Did you sneeze hard? Because they seem more prominent
Look at
today.
that. And they're not as purpley.
Ugh.
But you say.
It looks like Grimace is trying to get out of your leg. No, I mean, the idea that more money leads to less.
This is like crime.
No, okay.
And grabbing and ripping.
Folks always want more. Allow me to gesture to every billionaire that exists on the planet.
Okay. So you wanted to say that rich people will grab your wallet, take your money, and screw you over.
Yes. May I point out Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Jeff Zuckerberg, they could live 10 lifetimes of opulent luxury.
Mark Zuckerberg.
What did I say?
Jeff Zuckerberg.
That guy, too. He sucks. No, Mark Zuckerberg. Thank
his
you.
brother.
No, but those guys could live 10 lifetimes of
Do
luxury.
you think Jeff Bezos is grabbing my wallet?
No, but how do you know he wouldn't? A little cash in his pocket.
All right.
The point I'm making is those guys keep working and do unethical things to increase their wealth. What makes you think a guy that makes $200,000, $300,000 a year isn't going to take $50 cash?
I can't imagine if I'm a member of Oak Hill and I leave my wallet in the locker room.
Yeah.
That some Oak Hiller who's paying $60,000, $70,000 a year to be a member is stealing my wallet.
Oh, so they don't have locks on the lockers there?
I be that as it may, but I'm thinking that's to keep the staff out of the stuff.
Oh!
Yeah. I mean, I would accuse the hell.
Oh, yeah, because you're a dick.
I want somebody fired.
You don't even know how to sound like a rich guy.
Judge Smells.
Well, the world needs ditch. Damn it, you go ahead.
The world needs ditch.
Yeah, you can't do
ditch
it.
Figures too.
This show sucks. We can't even talk.
So I would say, I would think, because I told you, like, people take walks on the canal, and sometimes they'll leave their Starbucks cups there while they're, and then take a walk for a mile, come back, and just leave their drinks there.
All right, I'm going to say something.
It's so weird.
I'm going to say
I
something.
would never do that.
You're going to tell
somebody
me.
might roofie me.
I was going to.
And then BF me.
You don't think anyone's whizzed in any of those Starbucks cups?
I don't know.
No, but I'm saying.
But they have the confidence to leave them there.
Yeah, but that's naivety. That's not based
listen,
in
I
fact.
wouldn't do that either.
Look, with this story, again, 252 WCMF, a woman, Dollar Tree in Penfield, went shopping, left her phone and wallet in her cart, put the cart back, drove away, realized what she did. She ran back to go get her stuff. It was gone. On top of that, someone tried to use her credit card unsuccessfully in another place, and it's Penfield, but it's also a Dollar Tree.
Yeah.
So you have high-end, low-end mixed together.
Yeah.
What part of the greater Rochester area are you most likely to get back a wallet? Let's use cash in this argument because I agree that using a credit card illegally is a bridge too far for almost everybody. I would argue that someone who is struggling is more likely to bring that cash back, and here's why.
To who?
Anybody who loses it. You know what that pain feels like. You know how much losing $50, $100 could F up the rest of someone's month.
Absolutely.
And you've been in those spots, and it's buried you. And I'm not saying it's a guarantee if you lose your wallet in a more working class area, you get it back. But I would argue you are more likely to get it back in Gates, Greece, than the wealthier parts of the city, Pittsford, Fairport, down near those high-end city
Yeah, but
counties.
let's say I do find it, and I'm jonesing for some drugs or a bottle of booze or some heroin, and now I've got $100.
So you've got everybody
I
in
can go
Gates.
buy a bag of dope.
You got everybody in Gates doing heroin.
I would, no, not everybody, but 45% of the population probably shoots a bag a day.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Matt. Hey, Matty, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What do you got?
Recently,
By the way, Matt,
at
you
Christmas-
sound. I'm sorry, Matt. Let me stop you. You sound like every dog that could talk in a '90s movie.
I got two quick things. Recently, during Christmas time, I left my phone in two different stores, and two people picked them up and chased me down, asking whose phone it was. I was surprised because it was a brand new Google Pixel. I definitely did not expect to see those phones again. But the one I called in for was when I was 22. I remember having my wallet drop out of my basketball shorts, getting out of the car at Home Depot in Henrietta, and panicking an hour and a half later when I realized I had missed it. Some old man had ended up turning it into the customer service desk and never took a nickel out of it.
There you go.
Yeah.
How much did it have in it, Matt? Did you say it had like $500?
Oh, yeah, I just gotten paid. Yeah, I had $500. I was Yeah, that was
God damn.
All my money I owned. So yeah. But
well, Matt,
appreciate you guys.
thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Along Matt's line, Danny Tripp.
Danny Trips?
Danny Tripp writes us on Instagram, Duffy at WCMF, the easiest way to get it. I lost my wallet at the dog park hiking in the woods like 2 years ago. A week later, someone found it and mailed it to my house, perfectly
That's
intact.
a guy.
I live in Gates.
Like, I don't know if I would go through I'm going to mail it. Like, pack it up.
Yeah.
But that would be the easiest way to do it, because if you have the person's ID.
Oh, no, you know why he's not doing it? Because of the thing I just said.
What?
Danny lives in Gates. Somebody mailed it to him. You live in Pittsford. What's 50 bucks? What's a wallet? What does it matter? I just have my way.
So Breezy and I are in on this.
Yeah, I've told you and Breezy are the same person.
I mean,
my wife is paid for everything. Okay.
I think that there are some people that have a better perspective on this than others, just because there are people like Matt who's lost multiple things. Like, they're just people prone to losing things.
True.
Like, I know a guy that has lost his wallet. It seems like 10 times now. Like, I would love to ask that guy how often his things get returned and where they usually get returned.
Okay. Yeah, so you have to have multiple experiences in different places. Yeah,
you would have to know what to expect at certain places.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I also would argue that punishment could play into it.
What do you mean?
Tommy, would you agree? The more affluent you are and have been, the less likely you are to know people who have been in trouble with the law?
True.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many folks in higher-end East Side towns know people who have gotten in trouble growing up?
Zero.
Okay.
Okay. Very low.
I know plenty of kids growing up at Gates.
Bro, I know.
I also know those kids were punished. Their parents did not have connections or money or high-end lawyers.
Couldn't buy their way out of it.
There is a fear that exists when you know no one is coming to save you.
Okay.
And you could call me crazy, but I think that also bleeds into your subconscious, that you have to be more careful on what rules and laws you break depending on where you grow up and how much money you have.
But you're really not breaking any law, picking up a loose wallet.
We found out you are. Remember? We found this out a couple of years ago that there was a guy in Batavia Downs. The story is coming back to me. There was a wallet on the floor.
Yeah.
He picked it up. He took it home. It only had cash in it. He was arrested.
So I thought that goes for even just like outside.
Well, why would it be different there?
Well, because it's just like I can see inside a casino, it's private property. They can press charges. But if I just find a wallet on the sidewalk, and I scoop it up, take the money, toss the wallet.
We've talked. Yeah,
and if they find out I did that, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, you're stealing.
I found it.
No. Oh, you tell it to the judge. How is that not stealing? It's got their ID in it.
Well, stealing represents like I picked the pocket or grabbed the purse.
Okay, let's
pulled it out of your car.
Let's walk through this.
This is like Jesus giving me money.
Let's walk through this.
Thank you, Jesus.
So you found there's money there that's not.
I'm just trucking down the road.
Okay, so there's a wallet.
Take my wallet.
Did you earn that money?
No.
No, you didn't. And there is a face and an address on a card in that wallet.
I don't touch anything but the cash.
Okay.
I just slip out the cash.
How is that not stealing?
And I toss.
How is that not stealing?
Well, because you left it there. Apparently, you didn't want it.
Kimmy, you remember the story in Batavia Downs where that guy found a wallet and was arrested for stealing the wallet?
Was he using the money out of it or something?
Yeah, he took the money.
Yeah.
No, but I suggest you do it next time. And if anyone sees Tommy do it, call the cops.
I'm arrested.
Yeah, it's a dick
He did not
move.
earn that money. How do you know that guy didn't earn that money? Maybe he did something
How do
sick.
you like it didn't earn that money? I don't know. Here's how. Because you just said, no, I didn't earn that money into a microphone. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, how are you, buddy?
Good, how are you?
Good, Teddy.
Hey,
Teddy.
Listen, about a year and a half ago, I used to work with this guy, and he dropped his wallet in the bathroom. There was $1,200 on his wallet, so I gave it back to him.
Wait, stop. Time out. I'm sorry. There was $1,200 cash in his wallet.
Yes.
Holy crap. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, anyway, so I give it back, and then he accused me that did you take some money? And then I threw over his face, and then I said, hey, Tom, his name is Tommy. Unfortunately, it was Tommy Muley. Otherwise, I'm going to take that money in my pocket.
Teddy kills himself. He does his own show for himself
Head
every
down
day.
to the Teddy Club.
Teddy, you're returning the wallet every time?
Oh, yeah. As long as I know these people, I bring it back. I mean, $1,200 is a lot of money, but, I mean, if you know, especially if you know that person, it's just not worth it to keep that money,
Okay. Well, Teddy, have a happy Father's Day, buddy. Thanks for the call.
You do the same.
I will.
Bye.
Bye.
You'd have to be a real dick if you knew the person and you didn't give it back.
Or knew the person and accused them of stealing money out of your wallet.
No kidding. What? What?
I think I would accuse you of taking money out of my wallet.
I don't need your money.
You do, actually.
I have my wife's money.
Well, joke's on you. It's my wife's money, too. 252 WCMF. But, like, you are the perfect example of this. And I see
How am
you
I
guys
the
on hold.
perfect example of a scumbag?
Well, no, the idea that the more working class, lower on the socioeconomic ladder you are, the more likely you are to return a lost wallet. You grew up a spoiled rich kid.
Yes.
You did all kinds of illegal stuff you were never held accountable for.
True.
Fair? You ended up with a great job cutting meat.
Yep.
You blew that, right?
Yes.
You robbed the place blind while you were doing it the entire time.
Guilty.
You never thought about how bad it would be if you got caught.
Yes.
My argument about the more money you have, the less you care about rules is right there.
So you think I'm that guy?
Yes.
So if Kimmy left her purse, and I saw Kimmy left her purse in the lobby,
Yeah.
and wide open, and I see a little green in there, you think I would take it?
Now, no. But the fact that you were in your 30s, late 20s.
I mean, there's a Topps bag full of money out there.
The fact that you were in your late 20s, early 30s, with your job, stealing every single day, not worried about the consequences, tells me when you got a daddy with money and lots of connections, you're more likely to do unethical stuff.
But you got to blame the parents then, right? Not the kid. The kid, he's
You're a
30
grown-ass
now.
man. You were a grown-ass man.
You're an adult.
Although Joey does write us, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. In Tommy's case, I believe that goes under the law of finders keepers back in 1742.
Oh, yeah.
The finders versus keepers case.
Yeah, the Weepers Act. Yes. Senator Weepers.
252 WCMF. Ben's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good, bud,
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So, I think I was out in Buffalo, maybe, for one of my old jobs, and I was at a gas station, and I happened to notice this dude drop just a wallet on the ground, and it happened to be the guy in front of me who was getting gas. I real quick just peeked in the wallet to see how much there was. It was something like $300-400, and we all know this is well established. I could have used that money. Well, also, the back of my head, I'm thinking two things. I'm like, I don't know if he needs this more than I do, and also, if I do take it, there's a 100% chance I'm getting busted.
Yeah. I mean, look, Ben knows what the pain is like.
Hi, I'm Ben. I like to call him. I'm a good guy.
No,
Let me
you
tell
did.
sir, hey,
explaining his thought process.
I call it up because it sucks when you're out money. I understand. Dude, without that money, I don't know what he needs to pay. Maybe that's his child support to his ex-wife or his grocery.
Well, then
money
take
to
it.
eat,
She
and that's
don't
the
deserve it.
$300 he had.
I love how you're not listening to Ben. I'm sorry, Ben.
Nobody listens
no,
to Ben.
Ben is saying he's not a good person in this situation. It wasn't, I have to do the altruistic thing. It was the reasons why he gave it back.
Okay, well, he knew that guy could be struggling.
And he didn't want to
Much like Ben.
Okay.
And he didn't want to get in trouble. I heard the whole story.
No, but you didn't. Okay.
He heard it. He didn't hear it.
There you go. There you go. Ben, sorry you didn't win Sexiest Dad, but happy Father's Day, man. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Have a good one, guys.
All right, there goes not Sexiest Ben. We don't even know if he was the sexiest Ben in the contest.
Was he the only
That
Ben?
would hurt.
I don't know if he was the
That
only
would hurt
Ben.
if you come in second place and a Ben off.
We need to find out if there was another Ben. And if he
Can't
was
remember.
indeed the sexiest Ben in
You're
Rochester.
Ben.
The sexiest
You're a
Ben.
lesser Ben.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, creepy time.
Yep, Creep Cap coming at you. And you are so bad with technology. You're doing something that no one else has figured
But
out
I don't
to
know
do.
what. I made some adjustments, but I don't know if it's going to work on my phone.
And every time this happens, I crap my pants because you only do this when
I know.
something is wrong.
I know.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. But Technology makes this almost impossible. Yet somehow a man in this room has done this 3 times in 3 months, and you say you're only doing it to me.
It's just you.
How?
I don't know.
How?
So I've made some maneuvers on the actual screen.
Yeah.
To hopefully
Made some maneuvers.
Well, I moved things around.
Okay, that lets me know this is not going to stop. You're hanging out in the break room. Watch this classic rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
Tommy said a lot of disgusting things.
Y'all welcome.
Happy Father's Day.
Yep.
It's a creep cap happens now on CMF.
Oh, you feel that? That's the creep running down your spine. It's the creep cap on WCMF.
Are you coming to this realization that your wife was never attracted to you?
I bring the hot rod.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Ask your mom.
Nick writes us.
Got some soul last night. Well, I mean, Bullwinkle. Yeah, he stood up right.
What do you think he talked that way? He kept stepping on it.
Well, come on here. Look at the size of my penis.
Don't
man.
do the voice impression, you piece of crap. God, this show sucks so hard. He's
You brought up my penis.
He's doing Dave Coulier and me
Gee,
making.
Rocky.
Shut up.
I'm really hung.
Saturday, Sunday morning.
Yep.
You're lying in bed, deep in slumber on a day off, and then you hear it.
What's that? Oh, your mom's working in the neighborhood?
It's my birthday, man.
Bro, the boner ain't the problem. It's what the boner is doing. Like, you walk out there sometimes a little bit of a
we get it.
stain on
We
your
know.
britches. You got a
We know what
quarter. You got a
happens.
quarter stain on them Levi's, boy. Stems are on point.
Yeah.
Nips on par.
Somehow, you just.
Which is the worst name for a golf course. If I haven't had a taste, I think it might be some sweet business. I may
Sweet business? Never say that again. Never say that again.
I may have to go. I may have to go help the poor thing
Okay.
out. But I've already had a taste and it was kind of raggedy. She can work things out.
How do you say the worst thing possible?
Hey, she just turns heel and goes.
What happened? What happened? She got a taste already. She already got a taste, bro.
I'm a sweet taste.
Ew.
Ask your mom.
Oh my
Place is
God.
called Rachel's. I go in and I get a couple of cocktails and
I'm sorry.
I get a lap dance. So it costs
That's
me
the
40
most sad thing I've
bucks
ever heard.
to get a nice lap, to get a little stain.
Okay.
And then I
Stop that.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. So yesterday, Kimmy and I were at the Red Wings game, 1
Yeah.
o'clock. I got my kids with me, and you're aware that we're there.
Yeah.
Right? So you're not going to bother us.
No.
Yeah.
And fun behind the scenes facts, Tommy, Kimmy, myself, we never call each other outside
No.
of the room. We spend way too much time with each
If
other.
there's a call coming in, I think something horrible happened.
Exactly. The only time Tommy calls us, Kimmy,
Yeah.
is to let us know somebody's fired
Yeah.
or somebody's dead.
Yes.
Some like juicy gossip.
There's
maybe.
a body.
Yeah, exactly. So yesterday at the ball game, 1 o'clock, first pitch is about to happen. I get a call from Tommy, and my heart sinks. I go, oh no. So I answer the phone. I go, hey, what's up? And I'm like, is he choking? What the hell's going on over there?
Yeah, because you would be his first call.
Well, I don't. Maybe he was just like like
Okay,
pawing at his phone,
sorry.
a potograph, and it goes on for 3 minutes.
Yep.
And I determine Tommy has ass-styled me.
Yes.
And I am able to determine this fairly quickly because this is the third time
I know.
in 3 months
Yeah.
you have ass-styled me, which is astonishing because you have an iPhone.
Right.
And the way that the technology is today, it is almost impossible to ass-dial someone.
So why is it doing it?
I'm asking you. It's your phone.
Because I didn't even realize I did it till like 3:30.
Yeah, because I texted you. Did you ass dial me? I called you back. You didn't answer.
Right.
I then texted you. Did you ass dial me? You never responded. So I thought like maybe you were dead.
Yeah.
Which great.
Thanks for stopping by.
We actually started looking for new co-hosts.
You have my address. So yeah, I did not know, and so now I'm looking at the phone. What am I touching or doing? Because I usually just keep my phone in my pocket. I think I was walking the dog.
Oh.
So the phone was in my pocket, not on. I mean on, but it goes dormant, right? So how is it turning on and calling you?
I don't know, because there must be something about walking the dog, because my dad is the only person that does this to me, and it's always when he's walking the dog because I can hear him talking to the dog.
Yeah. But why?
And why is it only me? Am I the only person in your contacts?
No, but I have a list. But it's not my wife.
Yeah.
It's not my brothers.
No.
It's not Kimmy. It's you.
It's always me.
Like on my favorites, you're like 2/3 down.
Well, maybe are you talking about him? Like, are you
Call Pat.
Well, yeah, you can if you say, hey Siri, And then maybe you say his name
I
or
don't
something.
use Siri.
But sometimes it picks you may not say "Hey Siri," but sometimes it
What can
picks
I be
up
saying?
thinking you're saying it.
Are you talking about me when you were alone in your house?
Are you talking to your dog about Pat?
No.
Talking crap.
No, Kimmy's right.
I mean, I've had conversations.
Because I have this fear, like when I am really gossiping hard about somebody, I will check my phone to make sure it didn't accidentally dial or text that person.
Pitch right now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Pat's an effing jerk.
That wouldn't.
I don't like Pat.
That wouldn't call
He's
me
not doing
you
it.
idiot.
Call Pat an effing jerk.
It would be more like
Didn't do nothing.
It would be like, "Hey Siri, call Tommy, who I love so very, very much."
Oh yeah, like it doesn't recognize that at all.
Well, no, it actually didn't at all because it knows
Yeah,
I'm lying.
yeah.
It's got AI.
So I don't know. So I decided like where the icon sits on my phone is in the corner down here. So maybe when I'm grabbing the phone or pulling it out, I'm accidentally hitting that.
Why would it call me?
I don't know. So, but I said, let me move the icon around and put it like center of the screen so I'm not hitting it when I'm pulling out of my pocket.
Okay.
I'm going to try that, see if it helps.
Okay, but follow-up question. If that was a thing, why isn't everybody doing it? I can't remember the last time I butt dialed someone. I've never butt dialed someone with an iPhone. Never in my life.
I seldom, except you.
252 WCMF. All right, Jeremy, he's a smart guy. He's going to get to the bottom of it. Hey, Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
I could go through the aggravation of trying to explain this to Tommy, but A, he's not going to understand it. B, he's not going to implement it. It doesn't matter. But
Thanks for
I'm
calling.
surprised at this as well. I'm surprised at this as well because the feature on the iPhone is the raise and wake. When you raise your phone up or it experiences any acceleration, the screen pops on.
Yep.
And then if you have like a call feature, all you have to do is hit that button. So if his phone is in his pocket, that's what's happening.
Are you getting a boner and that's what's waking your phone?
No, but you still have to open up the screen with facial recognition. So how does that work?
Not to make a call, he's saying.
See, you tried to not get technical, and even in the most base explanation, you got too technical.
So just from walking, I'm opening up my phone and it's calling Pat.
Yes, and I'm sure that
you don't know what the hell you're talking
Well, he's
about,
trying to
man.
explain it.
No, what is he, Mr. Apple now?
Well, if he got into
He doesn't
details,
know.
if he got into details, you'd tune him out.
Did you call him Mr. Apple?
Yeah.
I don't know what I expected from a guy. If you watch the live stream, he's constantly just watching TV. He's so bored of the show that he's on. He doesn't even want to pay attention.
Yeah, but
to the
Dionne
stupid
Warwick's
show.
on right now, and I got to know what she's
Oh, my
doing
God,
on
that's
end.
Dionne Warwick?
Yes.
Oh.
Bro, she's 85.
I had Clipper talk this morning. This is exactly what the problem is.
By the way, Dionne Warwick,
Your
nice
little-
clipper.
Your
Back in the
little
day.
Italian ass is unlocking your phone. You know what I thought you were going to say, Pat?
What?
Something about, he's getting ready for his afternoon routine, and then he activated the camera, and he's like ooh, and that's what happened.
No, I'd watch that.
You have got to, if that ever happens, which it will happen at some point, let's be honest with us, you have to save that video and make it available. I don't know, put it on a T-shirt in the rock shop, sell it somewhere.
The Tommy Craig's T-shirt?
To see his
Tommy Craig's
stupid haircut from Trends with his Z and his three stupid hairs standing up like Charlie Brown. Ooh.
What if I'm doing it while I'm watching Dionne Warwick on TV?
Nice clipper.
Oh, man.
Very nice.
Came for you today, buddy.
Yeah, he did. He's coming in hot. Jeremy brings up a good point.
What?
Back to the thing that you were talking about, talking junk about somebody and afraid
Yeah, I
seriously.
have this fear. Like, I will always double, triple check my phone during any conversation I'm having about somebody because I'm so afraid that I'm accidentally recording something or accidentally calling somebody.
So, I got an Apple Watch.
Oh, that's tricky, too.
So, I'm not worried about saying. So, there are times where, especially when you got kids, when the mood strikes and you have the opportunity with your partner, you just take it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You're having sex, right? Okay. But I don't always take my Apple Watch off. Sometimes it just happens. We go for it, right? So, when I put my hands, if I'm doing a push-up, I got big arms and wrists, so it'll press the button. And when you press the button, Siri kicks in.
Okay.
And I have this terrifying
like
fear.
Somebody's going to hear some noises.
Or I'm going to accidentally call somebody. Yes, they're going to pick up in the middle of me having sex. So, there are times where, things will be happening romantically where I'll, glance at my phone real quick when my wife can't catch me. Not because I'm, bored, but I'm afraid, my mom is listening to us do stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So you got to take the watch off before you get intimate?
Well, yeah, but I don't want to stop the sex train.
Well, and he also wants to see his, how many calories he burned after.
Surprisingly low amount of calories for sex. Have you tried that?
No, I don't have an Apple Watch.
Oh, because your husband does, though, right?
Yeah, but you don't have
he
sex.
doesn't wear it all the time.
I promise you, Your
I
husband.
feel like I would notice if he had that on.
I
It would be
promise
weird.
you. I promise you. Any man that has an Apple Watch has checked his calories before and checked his calories after to see how many calories he burns during sex.
Damn.
Not a lot.
What if it starts going off like your heart rate's too high right now? Please slow down.
Also might be a good reason to wear the Apple Watch while you're having sex.
True.
All
right, stop calling me.
I don't mean to. I really don't.
No, because you know what's going to happen. Something terrible that you need to tell me.
And by the way, like when you notice, did you ever text him back? When
I
he
did,
was-
but I didn't know.
At like 4 o'clock.
I did not notice
Because
any
I
of
thought you
this till
said,
3:30.
wait. I'm taking it back for a second because I thought you said you heard him in your ears.
So the one time recently that I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
All of a sudden I hear in my ear, "What's up?" And I jumped because I was home in the kitchen. Nobody else was home.
Oh no,
And
the
it sounded
voices are back.
So it was in my hearing aids. So my hearing aids
Yeah.
are linked to my phone. So Pat in my ear goes, "What's up?" And I literally thought you like snuck in my house and were standing behind me as a joke.
Why would I sneak in your house?
I don't know, but I'm hearing you in my ear. Like I have really good hearing aids, so it sounds crystal clear. You were standing behind me, and it was you
that's
on the phone
creepy.
linked to my hearing aids.
What a weird humble brag. Yeah. I got really good hearing aids.
Well, they're really good. They're
High
quality.
at top of the line, I hear.
Hey, bro, I paid cash for them.
Hey, Kimmy.
Yeah.
No,
You know-
no Medicare.
When he thought I was in his kitchen, right? You know what happened with his head.
What happened?
Well, I was right in his ears.
Oh, I bet you his ears Willie Host.
Come back, wrap it up, say what we're doing next week. Next, here in the break room on CMF. Jimmy Rabbaroo.
Patio Friday, Father's Day, Rabbaroo.
That's right. Break Room CMF. We got to get out of the way. We are super late.
Yeah.
Happy Father's Day to everybody.
Absolutely.
Enjoy it. If you're heading out to the ballpark, I'll see you there on Sunday, so that'll be fun. Jolene's on her way in. Jolene.
Don't take my music away.
She won't. 10 songs, etc. She's coming on in. And congratulations again to Sexy Gary.
Yeah.
Our 2025 WCMF Sexiest Dad of the Year. We got to get out of the way for Kimmy.
Yep.
Who says that her husband is a great clipper.
Got a nice peach. See, it just doesn't sound right.
What?
You want to try cake?
I'm trying to find a good word.
Got a big old piece of cake.
A dumper.
No.
A thrower.
No.
Thrower works.
I guess.
Try thrower.
Thrower. Doesn't have the same oomph.
Okay.
You know?
Right. For Tommy Muley?
Yeah.
Who's looking for any thrower, dumper, peach he can get his hand on. My name's Pat Dovey. We'll see you Monday morning, 6 a.m.